Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the City of Dearborn Heights City Council regular meeting. It is right now 6:03 p.m. from Riverside Middle School Auditorium. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Yes, Dave Abdallah,
Here.
Hassan Ahmad, appears to be absent. Mo Beydoun,
Here.
Nancy Breyer. Here. Robert Constant,
Here.
Ray Muscat,
Here.
Tom Wenzel.
Here.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. For those in the audience, can you guys hear us just fine? I think Lynn, Madam Clerk, I think yours is very low volume. Can you just test one,
Hello?
2, 3? Okay, that's better. Maybe you were far away from the microphone. Okay, so before we begin, I've got something a little bit new that I'm going to start on the city council meetings, and I've already checked it with the clerks and everybody else to make sure this is going to be okay. What I'm going to be doing is for every council meeting, whoever has a child in high school, junior high school, or middle school, I should say, that dates me, obviously, middle school, any type of student that would like to participate in government, most specifically city council, they are welcome to contact me or contact the clerk's office and let us know just the name, maybe phone number. And what we will do is during the council meetings, like I have here behind me, and I'll introduce them in a second, we will have whoever that student is sit in on the council meeting, observe, go over whatever they want to on the agenda packet, and then just to encourage them to hopefully one day run for the mayor's job or governor or president for that matter. Huh? Or my job. Well, my job is too easy to take, but we want to think big. So behind me this particular day, I have Muhammad Elahi. He's the son of Imam Elahi from the Islamic House of Wisdom on Ann Arbor Trail and Warren Avenue. And he's the first student I'm going to be bringing here. He's going to sit in the back. He's also going to do the Pledge of Allegiance and be able to participate without actually formally participating in government. So, Muhammad, can you do me a favor and lead? First of all, let's give him a round of applause. And Muhammad is going to go ahead and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You can take Hassan C. He's not here today.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he's allowed to sit up there. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Mayor Jr., appreciate that. All right, next on our agenda is agenda item number 3, agenda approval.
Council Chair.
Councilman Muscat.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the agenda for a regular meeting of March 22nd with the removal of 7C, 622, and an addition from Councilman Tom Wenzel, 8B.
8A.
Or 8A, excuse me.
8A.
No, 8B.
8B, yeah, it was,
Said 8B.
Yeah.
8A.
The city depository.
no, it's 8A.
11A, I'm sorry.
What is
No,
that?
it is
It's,
8B. It is 8B. It is 8B.
An amended version of 8B,
Right.
right? And the-
Watershed Stewards Commission appointment, correct?
Right.
Yeah, that's 8B.
And the removal of 11A.
And removal of 11A, yes. So we have a removal of 622, 7C, 11A.
Okay. Motion made by Councilman Muscat, seconded by?
Support.
Okay, seconded by Councilman Beydoun. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair?
Councilman Tom Wenzel.
Thank you. The reason I recommended removal of 11A is after doing some research and having some information given to me, it's illegal, breaking a state law by taking away the raises of elected officials. Even though I wanted it on there, it's just to save us the debate later. It'd just be wasting our time debating it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councilman. Any other discussion items on that? All right. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried. Next item on the agenda is approval of minutes.
Council Chair.
Councilman
I
Beydoun.
move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the minutes of the regular meeting of March 8, 2022 as outlined in 4A.
Support.
Motion made by Councilman Baydoun, supported by Councilman Constant. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is public hearings and comment on agenda items only. This will be 2 minutes each. And if you don't mind, whoever's going to come up to the podium, state your name, the city you live in, and the street you live on.
Mariana Hernandez, North Lafayette Street, Dearborn Heights, Michigan.
Okay, now I always ask everybody from the cities, just to make sure we're clear. Are you speaking as a chief of staff or as a resident?
I am speaking as the Chief of Staff.
Okay, great, go ahead.
Thank you, Council Chair. I wanted to bring up to your attention a few items on the agenda today.
Okay.
And I actually wanted to speak right before the agenda approval because there is an item I believe is very important for us to discuss and add onto the agenda, which would be I need advice from Corporation Counsel Miyake on this, but we are requesting an extension on our April 1st deadline for the budget this year. Typically, we present that to you before April 1st, and this year we wanted an extension of 7 days because we had a transition period happening in our controller's office, so I wanted to request that from your honorable body. We do believe that we'll still have enough time to cover the budget during the entire month. It would just really help our departments put in the numbers that we need with that extra week. So again, it's a 7-day extension. It is section 8.2 of budget preparation in our
Mary, I got a question.
So on that, if you don't mind, Mariana, so on that, I spoke with the mayor about this and with the clerk's office, and I myself was okay with it, but it still has to go through council. Somebody will have to make a motion, and then we'll have to vote on that motion to extend it 7 days. One of the concerns that I had is making sure that the budget will still be completed on time, and I've been assured by the chief of staff and the mayor that it would still be completed on time. The only thing is preparing the budget to come to us as a council is going to be delayed by 7 days, and at which time a motion would have to be made by our city council body and approved by our city council body in order for the administration to go forward. The primary reason for that, for those in the audience and on Zoom, is with the change in the controller's office, it made it pretty difficult to be able to, for the administration to prepare and get the budget in a timely manner, and therefore it's going to delay them by 7 days. But the end result will still be finished at the right time with no problem. So before you go into the next item, Mariana, Councilman, you had a question?
You know, I'm just going to, say it as how it is.
If it's on the same subject.
It's on the same
Okay.
subject. And to the administration, Mariana, and I mean, no disrespect to this, but I mean, giving us something to give it the extension on such a short notice, we knew the comptroller left a week ago. We knew that we were going to be short. I wish you guys would have requested this 3-4 days ago. Because you're kind of putting us in a position where we know you guys need the extension. We're going to give that to you, but in the further, I know we've said this, and I know the mayor was also against running things onto the, agenda right at the end or last second. I'm going to respectfully ask that this is the last time that the administration, as long as I'm on council, requests to put something on last second. I wish you guys would have emailed us yesterday or 2 days ago, because it would have given us more time.
Okay, I will answer that if you don't mind. So they did, administration did approach me as the council chair and did say that they will need an extension because of the circumstances in the comptroller's office. And because of the circumstances in the comptroller's office, I was okay with them having an extension, provided that they're still able to finish the budget in a timely manner, which we've been assured that they will. Only to find out, the chief of staff was able to find out through our corporation counselor, Gary Miyake, that this would have to be as a motion at the city council, and therefore that's why it's being brought on today.
One last thing.
Go ahead.
Were you told a week ago or a couple of days ago?
Would have been when I picked up my packet, so it would have been Thursday.
Council Chair, just, we
Go ahead.
discussed other matters other than this matter, so just to clarify.
You're talking about with the
Yeah, I
chief
don't know
of
if
staff?
it needs council approval. I'm just bringing it to everybody's attention.
It doesn't need council approval?
I don't know.
Okay,
I
because
would-
that's what I understood from you earlier, that per Gary it would need council approval. If it
I
does
would
not
need
need
to
council
supply.
approval, then we're fine.
No, my sense is that, technically speaking, this is a requirement on the charter. However, it frankly is not feasible for this to end up being done in the amount of time that is available And the council is the body that would be an aggrieved party if this is not done in a timely fashion. And so therefore, if the council basically says that we will accept it within this time, the council has that ability to do so, even though technically speaking, the charter is not, the requirements are not being fully complied with just because it's impossible to do so.
But, right, and that was the key thing, it's impossible to do so. But the key
Yeah.
question is, does it have to be voted on by the council body today?
It should be voted on by the council
Okay,
body
so
today.
somebody would have to make a motion on that.
Okay, I just have one last question.
Go ahead.
I know David Saputo's here, and I'm a huge fan of David Saputo. Can David Saputo give us his word that this all needs only 7
I
days?
I spoke with him, he said yes.
And just for the record, can he?
Oh. Actually, he was one of the ones that was requesting it, too. He stepped in the comptroller's office to help us with this.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and board members. It's great to be here this evening. We are working very diligently to get the budget done. We are anticipating that we'll be able to meet the April 7th deadline, barring an extraordinary event. Thank you.
Thank you. Next
So what
item.
number would that
Next
be?
item? Okay.
So someone would have to, we'd have
We
to
could- we
amend the
could-
agenda,
but
yeah.
We got to get a number for it, though.
It would be reports, under reports from mayor,
So it'd be 8D.
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 So that would be to extend the budget meeting or the budget
Submission.
Submission,
admission?
submission.
Admission?
Because it's not budget approval, they're just presenting us with the budget, starting to present us with the budget. Okay, you had another item?
Yes. This one also has to do with the budget, and it's with regards to item 9N. There are two things that I want to bring your attention to there. One is the cover sheet says the notice of public hearing shall be published 4 weeks prior to adoption. I believe that that's a typo, and it should have just said 4 weeks prior to the public hearing. Then number two is I would like to request for that public hearing to be scheduled on May 24th rather than May 10th, in the event that we need additional public hearing time in order to get everybody's input into the budget items.
Okay. No, right, and I spoke, me and Mariana about that. The only thing is, she just wants to make sure for the public.
Now, about the,
So when you make the
about
motion, it'll have to be
9D, you want the submission of...
9N.
No, the one she wanted from
Oh, okay,
the
the first
mayor.
one, right.
Extend the submission of the budget for 7 days
Yes, April 7th.
till April 7th?
To April 7th.
Okay, I'll just put to April
I put
7th.
And then on the other one, on 9N, the only thing you're changing in the motion is adding the date, May
Well, we
24th.
can take that up when we get...
Right, but I'm just saying, whoever
We
makes
don't
that
have-
motion,
we
May
don't-
24th.
You don't got to change that.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay, so,
Mariana.
we have an amended motion for the agenda approval.
I think you have to suspend the
So,
rules first.
amend the motion, and then whoever seconded it would have
Yeah.
to second it again, and then we'll vote
I
on it.
want to amend the motion to approve the agenda for today for the addition of
I
8...
think you have to, I think you got to suspend the rules.
May I suggest a motion?
Just a
Yes.
motion.
Okay. Motion to suspend the rules, to amend the agenda, to add on item
8D.
8D
And amend 9N.
and 9, and to amend 9N consistent with the comments of Chief of Staff.
So we have to suspend the rules?
Yes, you do, but if you do that by a two-thirds vote, you can combine it in the same motion.
Okay, I move to suspend the rules for today for
For the purpose
for the
of,
purpose of having an addition and a clarification on 2 agenda items.
Support.
Support. Okay, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it.
Council Chair, I move to amend the motion to approve the agenda with the addition of 8D to extend the submission of the budget to April 7th, and to amend
9N
9N
to May 24th,
to May 24th,
2022.
2022.
Support.
Okay. Motion amended by Councilman Muscat, supported by Councilman Baydoun. Any discussion on that?
Yes, can I?
Madam Clerk, go ahead.
I just want to let you know that I know how important that public hearing is and for our residents' voices to be heard. And typically, the public hearing is held 2 weeks prior to the adoption.
Okay.
Traditionally, it has pretty much, I've looked back, and it's always been pretty much 2 weeks prior to that. I just wanted you to be aware of that. I think the public hearing is scheduled for the same day as the adoption.
Correct.
So
So that would be before our city council meeting.
correct. So if there's any changes to the budget, then I think all the different mills will have to be adjusted. That's all.
So you're saying the adoption is on May 24th?
Correct. And the public hearing
Okay,
is
that
also
might
scary.
become a little bit of
Just-
problematic.
And there might not be anybody at the public hearing, but
I-
that's traditionally, it hasn't, and I know tradition is whatever, but it's always been done 2 weeks prior.
Okay.
I do want to add a comment there as well. So I do understand that definitely the public comment is very important. I do believe that, again, on April 7th, the budget will be available to the public, so that actually gives them a month to provide feedback to the council as we go through all of the public hearings. If we do need to move that date up a little bit, there are a few Tuesdays and Thursdays the week prior that we could try to do that public hearing on. However, at least last year, I do remember that we did the public hearing and the approval on the same date, from what I can recall.
Okay, but if I have any preference though, Mariana, I would rather do it on an earlier date. I didn't realize it was the same exact date, so per the clerk, it's the same date. My personal preference, I'd prefer on an earlier date if we can.
Special meeting?
Yeah, even if we had to do a special meeting, I don't mind. We could do a special meeting at 5:30.
We already voted on it.
No, we're going to be voting on it later.
Council Chair?
Yes.
And just also something to take into consideration is that the public hearing notice has to be timed appropriately with respect to the public hearing. I believe it's at least 30 days?
Yeah, it says a month, so we can.
Yeah,
28
one month. So in essence, you can't really alter things as you get closer, because then you're going to end up violating that provision within the charter. So
So-
you really should choose a date and, you know.
Okay, but without looking at all the dates, until Madam Clerk, right now just mentioned, without looking at all the dates, I'm just throwing it out there. Is it okay maybe to take this off the agenda right now until we work out the dates between the council, the clerk, and administration, and then put it back on at the next council meeting? Or would that be too late? Would that be too short of a time?
I checked the times.
Oh, you
That's
did?
why
Okay.
it's typically done the first week in April. That's when we present you with the public hearing notice for approval. However, the next meeting is April 12th, and if we had the meeting on May 10th, that approval would be 28 days, and by the time it's published, you know what I mean, it could be 27 days. So if you want it on the 12th,
So why don't we have a meeting on the 5th?
we'd have it today. We'd have to do it today. I mean, you know what? We do have a special meeting scheduled for next week for,
Okay. Can I
Thank you.
just
Food
add
truck.
2 comments? So per state law, the public hearing only requires 6 days prior, really. So again, what I was looking at with regards to the timing is that instead of doing it on the 24th, we could move it for that week prior to it. And that's in compliance with state law. It may not be fully in compliance with what our preferences are.
it's our charter. I think.
Charter.
It's our charter.
Yeah, and what our charter says, but again, in compliance with state law, we're still in the same.
So
legal
Mariana,
public hearing
you're
standard.
talking about a week earlier, correct? Than the
Correct.
24th?
Yes.
Okay, I would personally, I'm not speaking as a body, but personally, I'd be okay with that, because I want some time in case adjustments need to be made. Somebody in the audience may brings up something that we agree on as a body, then we'll go ahead and change it. So, do you want to pick an exact date?
The 17th would be the week prior.
May
Okay.
17th?
May 17th?
Yes.
Okay, so we're not voting on this now, we'll be voting on this when this comes up, but thank you, Madam Clerk, appreciate it, and thank you, Mariana. Was there something else, Mariana?
There are 2 more items I would like to bring to your attention that I believe you are already aware, but we would like to refer 7C back to the administration.
Correct.
And
We removed that
We-
already.
Yeah,
You
well,
did?
we haven't,
Yeah. and-
we'll formally remove it when it
Yeah.
comes up, yeah.
Okay, as well as claim number 22.
622, yes.
622.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
I
Thank
spoke with
you.
Hassan Jamal on that. Thank you. Thank you, Mariana.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the audience on agenda items?
Hello. Rachel LaPointe, Dearborn Heights, Michigan.
Street name, please?
Rachel LaPointe.
No, the street name.
Right, street name? Oh gosh, what is that? Merrick.
Thank you.
It's been a long day. Two things regarding, I believe it was 7A, the golf course decision. As a resident, I would love to see a business plan from the city regarding a full list of the improvements that will be made and expected budget and what the plan is from the city regarding the golf course. And then regarding 11B, because you struck 11A, correct? But 11B is still on the agenda?
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. So I would just like to say that I was very impressed with Councilman Wenzel's submission, and that I fully support what he has proposed. I think in the realm of justice, in terms of giving people what they're due, we need to make sure that all of our employees are treated justly and fairly. And our employees have been so underpaid, and it is insulting that they're not even being given close to a cost of living adjustment on their pay rates. So in the idea of justice and fairness, I really hope that all of you strongly consider concurring with what Councilman Wenzel said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rachel.
This is what you're doing.
Anybody else in the audience on agenda items? And we will be going to Zoom next.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor.
If I
Can you
can
hear me?
interrupt you, Vince, for just a second. So the last two speakers didn't bring the microphone. Get the microphone as close as you can, please. Thank you.
How's that?
Better, much better.
All right, good evening, members of the council, Mr. Mayor. I want to talk about item 7A. And this is no disrespect to you, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vince, if I could.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, just name, street,
Oh,
and
yeah.
city, please.
Vince Strapkowski, Columbia Street,
Dearborn Heights.
Dearborn Heights,
you.
Michigan, Wayne County.
I'm just following the rules.
Yes, sir.
I don't make them.
Yes, sir. Once again, on item 7A, and once again, Mr. Eisen, this is no reflection on you, but this is just my feeling that this was rushed. We've had, I don't know how many months to sit back and bring in a golf pro. I would have liked to have seen the golf pro that was kicked out by the former mayor give us his insight and his professionalism on how to operate a golf course. We're going into a contract with a person that no golf course experience. Okay. So we're kind of going in blind. And we're, and Mr. Muscat, don't take this the wrong way, but you said we've got to stop these rushed contracts. Okay? Mr. Chair, if I may have an extra time, we talked about this earlier last week. Okay.
Go ahead. You got an extra minute.
Okay. We got to stop this. We had ample time. And Mr. Mayor, if you want to explain why we didn't start working on this 6 months ago, that would be great. And also, since this is a recreational type of course, why wasn't the Recreation Department put in charge of the bid process? Going out for bids, putting it on BidNet for at least 30 days, not 3 weeks. I mean, how fair is that? It was just how many? We had 4 people bid on this, and they're all local. All right.
Okay. Do you want to answer? Yeah. Well, let's wait until he's done.
Good. So you want to answer? Or?
Well, they're going to answer, but I want to make sure you're done with your time first.
Okay. Let me see here. I'm going by there. Well, I got it all covered. I
Good?
think. Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Mayor or Gary, please?
Yeah, if I may. part of the difficulty in this situation is we were legally bound to use the prior operator until they basically ended up leaving.
I understand that, but are you legally bound to let him finish his contract before you go out for bids? Or put it out there for proposal?
Normally, that would be what, no, we didn't actually wait. He still had more time.
He had
I mean,
time, he had time on his contract, but we also have time to go out there for bid. Why couldn't we go out there for bid 6 months, 3 months prior?
He ended up leaving. The intention was that we were going to end up having him for the status quo. That's why the city council approved the status quo agreement. And then he ended up basically being problematic. The mayor ended up looking into the issues, followed up in terms of the revenue. We had meetings with him, his attorneys, and basically then he said, I don't want to be in here anymore.
Okay.
So the situation we're facing is not one that's been created by the mayor or by the administration. It's one that's been created by circumstances that we really didn't control.
Okay.
And so now the question becomes, do you do something quickly in order to make sure that you're going to be able to maintain goodwill, like leagues and things along those lines, or do you wait and like close down the course for basically a year while you're figuring out what you're going to do, and then potentially find yourself in a difficult position because leagues will go elsewhere, and once they establish a relationship, then you have a big difficulty. And one of the issues about going out, and I believe the mayor knows more about this than I do, but the prior concessionaire that we had, when Wayne County went out for a long period of time to end up bidding, that was the only firm that ended up putting in a bid or a proposal to manage or to act as the concessionaire for Wayne County. So the idea that now we're going to go back out does not necessarily improve the prospects of getting some other firm that's going to be willing to come in as a concessionaire, but it clearly will put us in a position where we will not be able to continue to operate, and we're going to potentially lose a lot of goodwill and potentially jeopardize the general operations into the future. So that was the city council's thinking, the administration's thinking. I think that's a valid idea. If someone was able to sit here and say, yeah, if you go out there now, you'll end up getting a whole bunch of people who are interested, but that's not what it appears to be the case right now. So that's why this has been done. And look, I worked all weekend to end up getting the RFP package done so that we could end up getting this done as quickly as we could.
Okay.
But, and the reason for doing that is to make sure that we wouldn't be jeopardized. And that was the thinking in terms of that. So, sometimes you get dealt a difficult hand and you've got to end up playing it. And, that's what I believe is going on right here, Mr. Drapkowski.
Also, in addition to that, I do know this, that one of the concerns that the administration had is a lot of leagues sign up for golfing 4, 5, 6 months in advance.
That's understandable.
Right, so the longer we delay this thing, the lesser chance. I personally, I was getting tons of calls from different leagues that want to, one of them is a very well-known league, that want to sign up with us, but they were concerned that it doesn't look like we're going to have something up and running. And that's why the mayor was all for getting this thing up and running all over again ASAP.
Right, but the thing that also concerns me is a rush on a contract.
The contract's not been done yet.
Okay,
So once we vote on somebody to go ahead and take over, at that particular point, then negotiations would begin on the specifics of the contract between the concessionaire and administration / our corporation counselor, Gary Miyake.
okay.
Okay, I'm sorry, Vince, okay, this will be the last question.
Understandable. I'll talk to you on the phone.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Please state your name, street, and city.
Suzanne Todd, Academy Street, Dearborn Heights, Michigan. I'm speaking on, well, actually, I'm not speaking on anything or giving an opinion. I just would like some questions answered. Since you took away 11A, the same questions would apply. And the first thing is, does this contract with the TPOAM, does this include being open on Fridays?
That's a negotiation.
That's a negotiation thing.
So
I'm gonna
we
leave that
don't
up to-
know then?
Well,
Okay. No, that's all right, I just.
well, I don't know. I'm gonna leave that up to our corporation counselor to answer that.
Well, I believe we have to start with the idea that all negotiations need to take place between the bargaining teams for management and the union. So some of these things would be confidential. What I can tell you, Ms. Todd, is that if that issue was something that would be broached, it would need to be broached in that collective bargaining process, and we don't necessarily, well, I don't know, I'm not part of the negotiating team. They would have to bring it back to the council in a closed session.
Okay, so, all right, so the second question is, what would pertain to now, are the workers receiving 32 hours of pay and 4 hours of paid lunches for working 4 days right now? Can someone give me an answer on that? Is that,
The mayor?
Well, I think actually
That's-
if Ms. Hazlett is on, she would be able to explain this far better than I would, but my understanding is that there was some adjustment made with respect to how they actually get paid. It's not like a clear demarcation as I understand it.
Okay.
And again, I'm not involved in the nuts and bolts, and I'm not even labor council, so I'm sorry I can't be more helpful, Ms. Todd.
okay, are these workers presently receiving full-time benefits?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. With salary and benefits, ballpark figure of how much they're getting?
So, again, I mean, I need to go back and look, but the last time I checked the calculation, it was roughly, I think, a minimum of like $67,000 with medical, dental benefits, bridge benefits, and everything else.
Okay. And do they receive any overtime pay if they work Fridays?
I believe they do, yes.
I can answer that one if you don't mind.
Okay.
I know the first 4 hours they get straight pay. The first 4 hours on Friday, if they work, is
Okay.
straight pay.
Is straight pay, and then any
That I
hours
just-
that they
I
work
don't-
at
I don't know. I just know that the first 4 hours is,
are straight pay?
Is straight
Okay,
pay.
that helps. Okay, now, are there any other raises these workers are getting, like step or seniority or anything like that? Like, you know, you've been there 3 years? I guess I'm stopped, so.
All these questions, all these questions would be for administration. They're the ones that do the direct negotiating with the
Okay, so
union.
these are all, so we don't really know what's going on then. So that's why I just wanted, I'm going to be fair to everybody, so that's why I'm asking these
Well,
questions.
there are things going on. I'm just saying, there's
Yeah.
certain things that they cannot state because they're part of negotiations. But go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
But for the previous contract, I can check and get back with you.
Okay.
Todd.
I would appreciate it, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Todd. Anybody else in the audience? Come on up.
It's a lovely dress, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Very welcome.
You changed the meetings till 6, so I didn't have time to go put my hoodie and jeans on. I had to come straight from work, but that's a side note for another day.
God bless you.
My name's Leslie Winless. I live on Annapolis Street in Dearborn Heights, Michigan. I have questions on 7A. So one is for now. I was hoping to get the answer now, but what pages are the ESA proposal outlined on in the backup documents? It's like 300 pages, and I seen one from the other 3 companies, but I really couldn't find the details for the specific company that's being nominated tonight, so I would like to just look over it while the meeting is going on, if you guys know what pages it's on, because I couldn't find
It was
it.
a part of the initial packet, and I believe, and it was also in this packet. If you want to come on up here, I'll give it to you.
Oh, thanks.
We'll bring it down to you.
It's in here. I'm not going to be able to pull it up. Oh, here.
I have it on the internet if you just tell me what page.
And
I don't know
actually-
the exact page.
I don't like to kill the trees,
give it back.
Dave.
I know who you are. I'll find you.
Thank you.
She'll
Yeah, I
find you.
have this, I just didn't know what page it was on, but thank you.
It's in there.
Thank you, I'll look through it. The next question, I think probably can just be answered when you get to the agenda item. I don't know that you need to address it now. But I just wanted someone to like thoroughly explain the logic behind wanting one company for both the golf course and the banquet hall. Based on the proposals I did get to look over, the other ones, I seen one company I would prefer for the golf course and then like one I would prefer for the banquet. But I really didn't see one that I felt was like, had the experience to do both. So I just wanted to understand the logic of wanting someone to run both. And then just say, of course, for 11B, I support Councilman Wenzel and a living wage for everyone outside of health insurance and benefits. Those do not go into someone's bank account that they can use for childcare every week.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms.
Corporation Councilor, go ahead.
Yes, Ms. Windlass, the one you might be referring to, which was from Davy, it was a proposal. It was a non-responsive proposal, and what I mean by that is we were looking and are looking for a concessionaire. That
Okay.
is someone to come in and manage the golf course, and then they pay us to basically, out of their revenue that they generate from managing and operating the golf course and the banquet. Davy's proposal is what we would pay them. It says, you pay us $800,000, $900,000 per year to take care of all of this stuff.
Got it.
So it's not actually a concessionaire agreement, it's basically a management agreement where we pay them instead of them paying us.
Got it. And then do you know why you want one company to do both instead of separating the two?
Because there was only one company that basically was able to do both and that was willing to do the golf course operations. And that's one that's been recommended by the mayor and the administration, because otherwise we would end up having potentially two other companies, but no one who would be operating the golf course.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie.
My name is Daniel Watts. I work for the DPW. I'm in the Highway Department. I want to say thank you for everybody for being here.
Wait, if you could do me just a huge favor, city and street name, please.
What was that?
The city and street name. City you live in, street name.
Well, I live in Westland, Michigan,
Okay.
but I do work for the city. I do believe that, sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's okay. You can take the microphone out if it's easier for you.
Yeah,
'cause
it
you're
might be a little bit easier.
Mr.
taller.
Watts, you can be calm, patient, we're okay.
Yeah.
We're all human, you're human, we're gonna have a good time. Take your time.
I do have all those, the people that did get the raises, the 34%, they also do get benefits, right? Healthcare, retirement, so
Well,
is that
You
true?
go ahead and answer.
again, these appointees are for the mayor, so usually, typically, when the mayor leaves, they leave, so it doesn't mean that they're gonna get retirement.
But they do they do get benefits, though.
Well, they get benefits, but for the retirement, if they do stay the time, then they do, but most of the time, a new mayor comes in, has new appointees, so it doesn't apply to that.
All right, well, I do want to support 11B, Mr. Councilman Wenzel. I can go on about, I got a list of stuff here, but I do believe that Mr. Mayor did do something back in, 2018, for the old council, or the old administration, where you had their raises taken away too. I do want to throw that out there, and no, Mr. Wenzel, I think he has some fight in there, and I would like to see something happen. Wages do go up, they should go up across the board, and I would appreciate it if everybody agrees, or whatever the terminology is, to go along with Mr. Wenzel.
Thank you, Mr. Watts.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else in the audience on agenda items? Whoever would like to, they come up.
Hi, Mariana Hernandez, North Lafayette Street, Dearborn Heights, Michigan. I'm speaking as a resident
Thank
now.
you.
I am also going to speak about item 11B. I am very proud of all of the directors that are in the administration right now. I believe they all have amazing skill sets and have worked really hard to improve their lives. And I believe that that's the type of leadership that this city will need in order to take us to the next struggles that are coming for the city. I do also understand that everybody deserves a safe living wage, but honestly, it's the decision of the council to decide what your priorities are. Do you want to have qualified leaders that are leading all of your departments, or do you want to pay a living wage to the rest of the employees, or do you want to do half and half? It's really up to you to decide that. Last year, when the mayor presented his budget, he hadn't provided raises to half of the people that ended up receiving them at the last budget meeting. Those changes happened during budget hearings. So I know that at least double the amount of raises were given after the budget hearings. He was conservative in his original proposal. So again, those are your decisions as council members, so think wisely when you're recommending items to the administration.
Okay, thank you, Mariana. Anybody else in the audience? Coming up, sir?
Okay, my name is Larry Masek. I'm a resident of Dearborn Heights. I live on Rosemary Street. This is my first time coming here. I don't know the proper way. Can I ask Mr. Mayor a question?
Absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, when you're acting mayor, okay, I put my name on a list to have a one-on-one meeting with you because you had an open door policy and I never got the call. I put my name on that list 3 times. Why I never got the call, I'm just wondering.
What list is that, sir?
I spoke to your, who works in your office?
Stephanie?
I have no idea
Front desk,
what
yes.
her name was. This has been a while ago. And I said, I kept coming in, and I says, is my name still on the list? Yes, it's on the list. I says, wow, why haven't I gotten a call?
There's no list. You could just come in. My door's open. You can open.
Well, I was in. Every time I came in, you weren't in your office.
Council Chair, this is not
Okay,
an
go ahead.
agenda item.
I'm sorry?
It's not an agenda item, is it?
Okay, so,
I asked properly if I can ask him a question, and that's what I'm doing.
right, the only thing is.
So I had my first
Corporation Council-
opportunity. I'm sorry, I'm speaking, please,
Go ahead.
please. This is my first opportunity that I was able to have a face-to-face with the mayor, and I'm taking advantage of that right now. I would like an answer.
I said, you could come in. My door's open. I'm there.
But
You can
I was
come
there
walk in
4
anytime.
different times. You were never there, Mr.
Well,
Mayor.
Well, I wasn't on vacation. I was working, so.
Oh, okay.
You could come in.
I'm a very busy man, too.
Yeah, well.
You know, as you are. Everyone here is a busy man.
Okay, sir, the only reason I'm interrupting
When-
you, because this particular time is only on agenda items.
I
But I
know.
will be, I'll be fair to you.
Okay.
If you could write down your phone number, I mean, this isn't a public forum, so everybody's seeing
Okay.
this. Write down your phone number.
Okay.
Hand it maybe to the clerk or maybe over here, and
Okay.
then
I
you
would
give it to the
appreciate
mayor.
that.
And it's public being said, he'll
Okay,
call you
I
hopefully
understand.
tomorrow and then set up some
I
appointment
wanted
with
to
you.
follow protocol.
That's no problem.
Like I
Would
said,
that be
this is
okay
my
with you,
first
Mr.
time
Mayor?
here.
That's fine.
Yeah, just
Okay.
write down your phone number. I don't want you to say
Okay.
it publicly. Give it, if you don't mind, here at the corner, and then he'll give it to the mayor, and he'll call you hopefully tomorrow and set up some appointment with you
I would
coming up.
appreciate that.
No problem, sir.
Okay,
I
thank you.
apologize because it's not on agenda items, and so this is
I
agenda.
understand, but that's why
Yours
I
is what's
approached
called
it.
public comments, which is at the end.
Right. Well, this is like my first time coming.
No, I appreciate
I didn't
that.
know the
Thank you.
procedure.
Thank you
Okay?
for coming. I appreciate
Very
it.
welcome.
Thank you, sir. Please make sure you write down your phone number and give it to Corporation Counselor. Anybody else in the audience?
Hi, Council. I did not intend on speaking today. My name is Cheryl Frank. I live in Lincoln Park. I do represent the TPOAM. I am speaking on item 11B.
Just one
Yes.
second. Street name, please, Cheryl. I'm sorry.
Mark
Thank you.
Street.
Thank
Yep. Like I said, I didn't want to talk. I respect negotiations. I do my bargaining at the negotiation table. I respect the mayor and the team that you've appointed to represent you. I do not negotiate with anyone else but the negotiation team. I think there's a narrative put out there about our union, and I would love to clear up any questions. However, I cannot and will not speak regarding actual negotiations, and I won't negotiate with you because it's not proper. I would ask all of council. I grew up in Dearborn Heights. I'm born and bred. I know all these people in the audience. Like, I would love for support for Mr. Wenzel. He's just doing what's right for the city. And to say that for 11B, to retract the raises, to say that a 34%, not just a 34%, let's throw that out. Let's say a 26% raise for secretaries, for non-union secretaries is appropriate. I don't want to take money out of anybody's pocket, but a 0.5% raise for a secretary that's been here for 22 years is not appropriate. So if there is no money, then there's no money across the board. And I'll accept that. If there is no money for anyone, there's no money for me. But I've been here for 22 years, and I have 2 children, and I qualify for welfare. So I would say, I would love for all of you, I have 34 family members that live in the city, and they say our council is gonna do what's right. I would love for you to get behind Mr. Wenzel and say, if a raise, if it's not across the board, it can't happen. That's it.
Thank you very much, Cheryl.
Ms. Franks, can I ask her a question?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
All right.
Mr. Abdul-Haq, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Come on up.
I know there's some issues going on, and one of the topics is that there was a part of the negotiating, one of the sides of the negotiating team walked out on negotiations. And I've heard one side of the story. Can she tell us her side of the story, why they walked out?
Okay, I will allow that, but again, we have to stay within the 2 minutes. I'll give you an extra minute. Go ahead, answer the question.
Like I said, there's a fine line to walk here regarding negotiations. There is a narrative that has been established and been told that we've walked out of negotiations. Here's what I can say. For 9 months, we've negotiated in good faith with the city. Not until our 5th meeting, 9 months later, did we receive a financial package. We begged Ms. Hazlett, which I believe she's on Zoom, for it to be given to us prior so we could actually negotiate this day. We were denied that right. So that meeting was shortened from a full day to, I believe, an hour or a 2-hour meeting. No negotiation was taking place that day. And quite frankly, what was handed to us was insulting, and we did not walk out. We notified that we would be going for mediation because there's no negotiating with that. So there was not a walkout. Was there frustration? Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Anybody else in the audience? I know Mr. Abdul-Haq want to go up. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Zohair Abdul-Haq, 354 Rosemary.
Okay, for
That's
future
better?
purposes for yourself and others, please do not state the exact number of your street. I don't want that public, just the street name and the city you live in. Thank you.
By
And
now,
name.
everybody in the city.
Yours is memorized. It's engraved in my head.
memorized it.
I have three items I want to talk about. First, the golf course. I would like to know for how long Oneida did not pay rent in personal property while they were operating. Anybody can answer?
Okay,
To my knowledge, for almost a year and a half, they did not pay rent, they did not pay personal property, which amount to around $6,800 a year. They received $265,000 from the PPP. They claimed they had 60 workers. I would like to know if they have committed a fraud and if we can go after them for that, because that money was supposed to pay rent, to pay employees, to pay personal property and other things, and to keep the place open. During COVID, no leagues came to the golf course, and I don't know how much money we received since he didn't pay rent or any money. We received zero for almost 2 years. So what's the rush if we take 2 months or 3 months, to do it right and to get David to come? You should have invited David to come and tell you, at least for information, for our knowledge, for our information benefit, to know what this company going to do. So when you have given somebody a contract, at least you know from the best professionals in the nation what they're going to offer. This way you expect the same thing. I would ask, please, just 1 minute more. The second thing, the raises. What they talking about that the people work only 32 hours and they get 4 hours for lunch. That's, let's say we're giving them 10% freebie, the 4 hours, okay, for lunches. They took 8 hours cut, which is 10%. If we look at the last 11 years since they took the cut, divide that simple math. But the number of years in the 10% which we claim that they get because they don't work 40 hours, that comes to less than 1% increase for the general government for the last 11 years, while some other employees got a lot more than that, for the same period of time. So equality is good to be done inside the city. And I'm going to, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody would like to answer that?
Let's be fair to our employees, that's all.
Can we
Thank
answer
you.
that about getting?
Answer what?
Well, I'd like to know about the golf course, how we're going to proceed against the last person that was operating it. If they did receive federal money, that was supposed to be used for rent. Why didn't we get it or anything like that? Corporation Counsel, that's in your wheelhouse, so that's, I don't know what you.
Well, I don't manage the operations of the
Correct.
city. But in terms of what we do to go after that, I've just learned today about the PPE, and I'm very curious about that and what could be pursued.
So you're going to be
But
handling that?
I do not want to end up commenting on
Correct.
that.
And that's good. And I understand why.
Right.
Thank you.
And that was just brought to my attention just about half hour before.
But I do know and feel that, I don't know who dropped the ball as far as, council was not aware that bills weren't being paid. Going retrospect back to the old ice arena, we were caught off guard until, we were kind of tipped off. But we can't have that anymore.
Agreed. That's why I'm going to be presenting something to you as, well, I think that's all I can actually say.
And that's fine. I just want to make myself clear on that part. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Mr. Chair,
Councilman.
can I use the 30 seconds?
You got 20 left anyway.
You got 20, but I'll give you 10 more seconds. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Last meeting, we added to the Corporation Council increases. I believe if we divide that increase by all the employees which asking for 1 or 2%, I think if what we gave to the Corporation Council account would be divided among them, all of them, and they will get 2%.
Thank you. Anybody? Okay, we're going to hold for a second. Go ahead, Stan. Oh, on Zoom, you mean? Yeah, we're going to go to Zoom in a second. Anybody else in the audience? Once, twice, 3 times? Okay, we're going to go to Zoom next. Madam Clerk, can you start letting people in, please?
Sam's going to.
They're coming in like wildfire.
Stan is going to let her in and mute. I'll do the. Okay, it's Lisa Hicks Clayton, and she should be unmuted.
Councilwoman?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Treasurer.
Hi, good evening, honorable body, as well as our guest attendees this evening. I wanted to go back to the question that Mr. Abdel Haq had raised regarding Warren Valley Golf Course And upon some discovery that the treasurer's office had made, because the council was asking very good questions on the lease agreement and that asset, which is generating revenue and should be for the city, I had submitted a debrief to the mayor's office, as well as I included you, Mr. Council Chair. Thank you for taking my call again today so we could further discuss. But from what I can see, the previous protocol, all due respect to the previous administration, was not, in my mind, what it should be, because the one point of entry for accountability and all revenue for the city of Dearborn Heights is the treasurer's office. And the way it was set up, it was the former Parks and Rec director monitoring one account, meaning the golf course, and the former chief of staff monitoring the canceled ice arena. That's not to make up excuses, but at that time, upon that discovery, I did make a recommendation that this should fall on the treasurer's office. I should be allowed to have a established chart of accounts for revenue, so there was proper tracking moving forward. To answer Mr. Abdel-Haq's question, and I have provided this information previously, there was one payment in the last fiscal year of 2021 that was $60,000 on June 30th, 2021. And then there was one payment for this current fiscal year for Warren Valley Golf Course in October of 2021. So again, I appreciate the council's line of questioning and their due diligence, because that gave us a good look view at everything that had already transpired in the past and how we could better improve it. I was advised by the mayor's office and chief of staff, and I respect that our corporate counselor, Mr. Miyake, would be establishing a protocol moving forward, so this should not happen, because nobody wants this to happen. But I did want to add that information, and thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer. Madam Clerk, who's next on Zoom?
We do have, iPhone. Stan's going to unmute them.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Anthony Stewart. I am a Melvindale, Michigan. I am a employee of the city of Dearborn Heights.
Street name, please.
Reed, R-E-E-D.
Thank you.
I just want to say, first of all, thank you for allowing me to speak. I respect everybody that's sitting up there. I also want to take this moment to say to Councilman Tom Wenzel, thank you. I think what you said brought up a valid point. I believe if there's no money, nobody gets any. And with that said, that's basically all I wanted to say. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. Anybody else on Zoom?
No, that's it.
That's it? Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, that concludes our public hearing and comment on agenda items. Next item on the agenda is item 6.
Council Chair.
Councilman Bidun.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the current claims 6-1 through 6-53 as submitted, but I believe
6.2. 6.2 is excluded.
Sit with excluding 622.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Bidun, supported by Councilman Constant. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none, let's go ahead and take it to a vote. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is consideration of bids, item 7A. Mayor Bazey bid award concessionaire for the Warren Valley Golf Course.
Council Chair.
Councilman Bidun.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid to the Issa Brothers LLC as the concessionaire for the Warren Valley Golf Course, subject to A, Corporation Counsel Miyake and the administration negotiating and preparing an appropriate agreement with the Issa Brothers LLC, and B, the City Council approving the proposed agreement. In addition, Corporation Counsel Miyake and the administration are directed to negotiate and prepare the proposed agreement, and the time for it to be considered by the City Council as its first regular meeting in April of 2022 as outlined in 7A.
Council Chair?
Well, it's...
Support.
Okay, so motion made by Councilman Baidoon, supported by Councilman Wenzel. Any discussion on that?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I'd like to make a motion that we consider reopening the bidding, as there are so many difficulties with what's been going on with the golf course, and I'd like it to be a fair chance to anyone who can make a bid on both items and can hit the ground running by May 1st at the very latest. We've got to open the golf course now, or at the very latest fall, or we're going to lose things. So I'd like us to consider that.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman.
Council Chair?
Yes, just one quick second. I just want to add one thing in regards to whoever's selected. I just want to make it clear to the council members. You are still able to vote for whoever of the concessionaires that presented, so it doesn't have to be one particular one. This is what this motion is, but I just want to make it clear to everyone that you can select another person if you so chose. I didn't want nobody to think that you were just voting for the one. Councilman Muscat, go ahead.
You know, I was a big in favor of getting this done ASAP. And I received so many phone calls this past week that Saturday and Sunday, I had to turn my telephone off. I couldn't even watch a 5-minute TV program with my wife. And what's bothering me is I know the person that's recommended here, the Isa brothers. I go by their properties, and the properties are just immaculate. And I have no problem with them trying to do the best they can, but my problem is they really don't have anybody yet to run the golf course. So I'm just trying to figure out how that's going to happen if they don't already have somebody on board. And I'm sick to my stomach over this thing. I don't know what the right thing to do is if we should just, go ahead with this or open it back up so we can get bids on both again, another 2 weeks maybe. I don't know if this was even put in golf magazines or newspaper or just put on BidNet. And something like a golf course, I think doesn't need just to go on BidNet. It should have been everywhere. I never saw anything in the newspapers or, so it concerns me. And we'll let the vote go as it may, but that's my concern with the thing. We really don't know we know the person that's going to be there as the manager, but we don't know who's going to operate the golf course. We don't even know if the people that are going to operate the course has the equipment, the carts required, the grass cutting equipment needed. I don't know any of that. The fertilizer, we don't know that. And I don't even know if we're going to know that when a contract comes.
Council Chair?
Okay, the only thing I'd like to add to that, do you have some more?
No, that's just my
So the only thing I'd like to add to that is during our last council meeting, and I just want to clarify, the gentleman from the Isa brothers that came up and spoke did mention that his specialty is going to be running everything else on the golf course, but on the golf part specifically, he's going to have a subcontractor that he's going to subcontract, Hilltop, if I'm not mistaken. And although I don't golf, I'll publicly say I don't golf. I don't know much about golfing in general. I did ask people that do golf on a regular basis, including my son and friends of mine that are regular golfers, and I was told that Hilltop is a very reputable company as far as golf courses specifically is concerned.
But my concern was
So the point I'm making is, it will not be just, in this particular case, if this is one that we select, they will be them running the operations, but somebody else running the golf part. And the gentleman is here if you want him to speak.
I just like to know if he already has a deal with Hilltop to come in.
Council Chair?
And that needs to be confirmed, that the deal is there. I mean, I can't all of a sudden award something and then find out later, well, that fell through and I don't have anybody.
So if he would like to come up and speak, I'll let him answer that if that's
Council
okay.
Chair?
But before we do, if you don't mind, go ahead, Mr. Mayor, and then we'll go with Councilman Baidoon.
Okay, so right now, all you're doing is you're approving our recommendation.
Correct.
However, there's still a contract that you guys have to approve.
Correct.
So the contract is not in front of you, so they still have to, whoever you guys choose today, still has to come in front of council after the contract is drawn. and you guys have to approve the contract. And the contract, obviously, it will specify who's running what the intentions are for the golf course, who's going to be running the golf course, how many carts, and all that stuff. So right now, I know that Hilltop was mentioned at the last meeting, and I did look into Hilltop. That company is not going to put their name on any course unless it's going to be a world-class golf course. And, you know, respect Councilwoman Nancy Breyer, if you put out for bid, there's no way you're going to open it May 1st, as mentioned. Even right now, if we vote on it, we'll still have a few weeks to draw the contract before the council approves it. So right now, you guys can vote whichever way you want. We made that recommendation here, so you guys vote the way you want, but I can guarantee you the course is not going to be open in May, even if we vote on somebody today.
Council Chair.
Okay, so Councilwoman, let me let Councilman Redoon, he was next, and then you will be next, Councilwoman.
You know, guys, I know this is a very sensitive topic, and, you know, we as the council have to make a decision. And with respect to, you know, all the council members here today, Mr. Issa came to our meeting last week. He presented, two people backed out, and one was denied by the administration.
They did not back out.
Sorry, only one backed out.
No, Mike backed out, and then the other gentleman, oh, I'm sorry, well, the other gentleman didn't present.
Right.
The other gentleman just got up and walked away. I'm just going to speak a little bit on myself and knowing who the Issa brothers are, and I'm going to speak on a little bit about Wissam. I watched this man work at his car wash day in and day out. The guy literally takes a mop stick and is cleaning his bathrooms. I watch him working at all his businesses. I'm going to tell you that he's a reputable man, and he's not going to put his name on anything. As Hilltop won't put its name on anything, I promise you, Wissam is not going to put his name on anything that's going to fail. And if he felt that he was going to fail, he wouldn't be here. But I will also remind this council that at the last meeting, he was frustrated. He said, I'm going to put $3.5 million back into the city of Dearborn Heights, give 10% back, and I'm going to negotiate on a contract, and nobody is happy with me. I want you guys to step back. If we open this back up for bids, let's just say we don't get somebody that wants to operate the golf course, because nobody said, I'm going to get somebody or I'm going to operate this golf course. The only person that came to us said, you better pay me to operate this golf course. So I want to, just like Councilman Muscat, if you think I'm not getting phone calls, I swear to God I am. If you think I didn't get the phone call, Wissam Issa, the car wash owner, is going to operate the golf course, I got that phone call. No disrespect to Wissam, but I'm going to tell you, the same phone call was, I probably came to the person when he was going to open up a restaurant and said he owns car washes. Why is he opening up a restaurant? Today, Caesars is a successful business in the city of Dearborn, bordering the city of Dearborn Heights. I want us to just kind of take a step back over here. Think about this. We have $3.5 million that is going to be put into the banquet, the restaurant, and the golf course. And let me tell you, I know Mike Mackey, who did an unbelievable job in Dearborn Heights, and a lot of people doubted Mike. He said he was going to put $1.5 million into Dearborn Heights. And let me tell you something. Councilman Dave Abdullah was doubting him. He said he was going to put 1.5. He's invested $2.2 million into Dearborn Heights. Right. And I'm going to tell you, Wissam, you think it's going to cost you 3.5? It's going to cost you closer to 5. You're going to spend $1.1 million just in carts. I need us to take a step back here. And I'm going to also tell you this. I've had leagues that have called out to me and said, Mo, we better be able to golf in June. I said, absolutely. You better be able to golf in June. If we're not ready to golf in June, I'm going to hold the administration accountable. And if I can't hold the administration accountable, I'm going to hold this body accountable. You guys have to make a decision. And it's not to pressure anybody, but we cannot delay this any further.
Okay, thank you. Quickly, in answer to Councilman Muscat, needless to say, no matter which operator we select, there's no way they would have negotiated a contract or any type of negotiations with Hilltop or anybody else for that matter until we vote on whoever we vote on. But Mr. Issa mentioned that he had spoken with Hilltop. He did not necessarily obviously sign a contract with them.
Can Mr. Issa come up here and...
I will allow him to, you can come on up, but I'm going to allow Councilwoman Nancy Breyer, she had a question. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I was at the opening with Vince of the bids. There were 2 that were not properly done. I did not get a good impression of things being offered sufficiently well. And I've had a lot of calls since. I know there are people out there that would be willing to take both possibilities, people that we trust and know, that will take good care of our city and will be able to open by May 1st because they have commitments in line. They've already negotiated.
Well, they didn't meet the deadline, Councilwoman. I'm sorry to tell you.
Okay, wait, Councilman.
Council Chair.
You gotta finish, let her finish, 1 second.
Yeah, Council Chair.
Wait, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, let the councilwoman finish. Were you all set?
And also, when he spoke last Tuesday, I was a little leery of your plans for the area on the main floor. You mentioned using tile. This is a golf course. You don't bring people with cleats on their feet into a room that has tile on the floor. And I'm afraid that you may have other plans than it being a nice restaurant that families can come into. I'm really concerned.
Okay, so before we go, Mr. Issa, you let the mayor go next, and then you will go ahead, Mr. Issa. Go ahead.
So again, I want to clarify a few things here. Somebody mentioned Davy. I mean, I wasn't going to mention their name, but Davy, but it was brought twice. Once at the last meeting by somebody from this body here. And again, Davy did not bid properly. It was self-explanatory on the bid net, what needs to get done. They did not even bid the way they're supposed to bid. They actually came to us and they wanted close to $800,000 just to basically maintain the course, not even run it, not even manage it. So that's, again.
And we were still going to have to buy the carts.
Well,
let him finish.
Okay, all they were doing is maintaining the course, that's it. We were going to pay the $800,000. And it was brought by a resident, same thing. Again, I don't know what's going on, if there's anything behind closed doors with that one. But again, we are not, we put it out for bid, and whoever followed the protocol, we present it to the council. And again, when this honorable body, when we put it out for bid, we had it on for 2 weeks. And at the request of the council,
We extended it a week.
I extended it 1 week.
Correct.
And again, it's because we don't want to leave the place shut down. We got a lot of issues with the banquet. We got water leaking. So you guys can keep delaying this. If we keep delaying it any longer, I don't know what's going to happen to the banquet. And I can tell you, the city does not have money to go in there, replace the roof, or do any kind of repairs to the banquet. And the other thing, somebody says, oh, you know what? I was going to bid on this. Well, you know what? I received 3-4 phone calls from people. Hey, I'm interested. I want to bid. I even told them where to go on BidNet. Told them to call the comptroller's office. Nothing popped up. So we can't just assume somebody says, hey, there's no way the course will be open in May, even if it gets signed today. We still have to go in and we have to put a contract together that this honorable body has to approve.
Okay, I just want to explain to those in the audience, because I can tell you before I was a council member, I had no idea who BidNet is or what it is. It basically is a network that contractors or people that want to bid on any type of city, county, or even state bids can go on there, look at the documentation as far as what's needed in order to be able to make a bid, and that's what the mayor was referencing, where some of the things that were in the bid items, what we wanted, were not brought forward by one of the entities. And then they bid, and then the city gets it, takes a look at all the bids, and then we move forward from there. So that's what BidNet is. Go ahead, Mr. Issa, you want to answer?
Before he says just one more thing, I just want the council also to know that we have an opportunity in front of us where Dearborn Hills isn't going to be open this year.
Correct.
We have an opportunity that where this golf course is going to thrive because people are not going to be able to golf at Dearborn Hills, so they're going to come to the neighboring city here in Dearborn Heights. And I'm going to tell you, if this is not being voted on today, I'm going to ask that we're going to shut down as well too then. And if you feel like that the city can afford that, then let's shut down the whole year and reopen it up for bids and give it an extensive time of a whole year then.
Okay.
I mean, you guys, it's putting us really in this position, and I feel like we got a really respected body over here. Let us make a decision. Let's put right now, we have a bidder in front of us. And look, there's no favoritism. I'll tell you right now, if there was another person that had $3.5 million on the table and was going to operate for both of them, I'd be questioning both of them today. But that's all we have in front of us. But please, Mr. Issa, and I'm going to extend my apologies on this.
Wissam Issa, Dearborn Heights, Whitefield Street. All right.
Well, first of all, if you could answer the councilwoman's question, she had some questions for you.
Okay, regarding the tile, we were just talking. I don't know if I'm putting tile, I don't know if I'm putting carpet, I don't know what I'm gonna do there yet. That place, I don't know if you walked it, if you've seen it, But after Friday, I walked the golf course and I seen what kind of mess this is. I don't care who you bring here. If it ain't me or anybody else, this place ain't gonna get open in May. I wish it can, but you guys don't know the mess you guys are in. And I'm crazy enough to even stand up here even right now. I'm second thinking it. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Do I need this headache? I don't think I need it. To be honest with you guys, I don't wanna deal with these headaches. Spending $3.5 million. I'd love to see any of you guys take out money out of your pockets and go try to invest money into that golf course. There's no equipment. There's the irrigation system that's bad. I brought Hilltop there and we walked it on Friday. And Hilltop, one of the biggest golf course operators, and they own Top Golf as well. To be honest with you, they're like, hey, it ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen overnight. You can't half-ass this thing. You know, you gotta open it right. You know, there's a lot of issues that you guys don't know about in there. You know, Ali Deeb, the engineer, can even question some of this stuff for you guys or answer some of these questions for you guys. Maria was there as well. This thing, it's not an overnighter. And I'm not gonna put my name on something that you guys are gonna rush me to open overnight. It's not gonna happen. There's no kitchen equipment. The place needs a lot of work. I'm telling you. It's not going to happen overnight.
Mr. Issa, can I ask you a question for the
Yes.
record? Are you, and this is the speculation that's happening right now, so I'm gonna lay it out here. And I've gotten these phone calls, so don't take this the wrong way, but you know, at the end of the day, it's
At the end of the day, I'm not here. I'm not losing nothing either.
exactly. The
Whether I
question that
take it
people
or
are
not,
saying
if
is,
somebody else can take it, I'm for the city.
Hey.
If somebody's willing to invest money and make that
Somebody
place a gem,
says-
I'm with them.
the question that I keep getting asked, and I think Councilman Muscat got these phone calls as well, because I got them. And believe it or not, I got it from a resident in Canton who works as a loan officer and golfs 7 days a week. He said, what does Wissam Issa know about a golf course? I said, I don't know what Wissam Issa knows about a golf course, but Wissam Issa has 3 other companies that are looking into them. One of them happens to be Hilltop. He said, Hilltop's reputable. Hilltop is reputable. He said, but what I would also tell you is, you know, the Hilltops is also kind of on the lower end for pricing. Maybe you can have them increase so that they can bring in, you know, whatever it is. But they asked was, is Wissam only worried about the banquet, so he's taking the golf course, or is Wissam going to also make his priority on the golf course? From what I told him was, Wissam made it very clear that he's for the golf course, and the only reason why, he could have just bet it on the banquet as well. But can you go on the record and say what you really care about?
I care about the whole project in one, obviously. But like everybody knows, I told you guys this from the beginning. I don't know nothing about golf, but can I handle it? Yes, I can handle it. Of course I can. I knew nothing about restaurants. I got into it. I knew nothing about banquet halls. I got into it. I've never failed in business. Also, the golf course, I do got 3 reputable companies that are interested. But obviously, like you guys are saying, it happened quick. I brought Hilltop. They were my priority. And we walked it on Friday. And they said to even get golf carts in there, it's not possible right now. How do we do it? I don't know. We're trying. Can we buy them? We're willing to put up the funds to buy them if we can find them and locate them.
What's that going to cost you?
It's over $1 million.
Just in golf carts?
Yes, just in golf carts.
And that's not going to be aside from the 3.5 you're going to put in?
I mean, no, obviously, if we're getting into something, we're opening up a can of worms, it's going to be what it is. It is what it is. I mean, we projected 3.4 million, but after walking it, the parking lot needs $500,000. And that's still in negotiation. I didn't commit to nothing yet with you guys. You guys approve me, I'll sit down with my attorneys, with you guys as attorney, and then we can negotiate and talk about all the details. You guys got to get involved in this as well. I'm being honest with you. What I'm doing, I don't think anybody's gonna do, but I wish somebody would. I would love to see somebody who will take this responsibility.
Okay. I do want to point out, even if this thing went back to rebidding, you're looking at minimum probably 6 to 8 weeks delay, because when the process started from day one until today, we're actually picking somebody, you're looking at, I think it was like easily 6 to 8 weeks, wouldn't you say, Mr. Mayor? Yeah. So that's going to delay us another 60 days, and that's going to kill most of the season, because no league is going to sit around just waiting for us to decide what we're going to do, and they're going to go to another city or another entity in a second. Okay, so I don't want to make this thing a presentation from Mr. Wissam Issa, if you don't mind, but I want you to stay there just in case, since you are here, in case the councilwoman had a question for you.
Well, I already know someone who has the carts available and is willing to do both.
Where are they?
But why didn't they bid, though?
They did, and they were not invited back.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me
Davies?
get it clear. Wait 1 second, Councilman. They bid, they were one of the bidders, you're saying?
One was yes.
Okay, well, they were one of the bidders, and they were not invited to do what? To do a presentation here?
Exactly.
So for the presentation, okay, so if they were a bidder, just to clarify, every bidder is in the packet for each and every one of us. The only people that were brought here, that was at the discretion of the administration as far as who they are recommended to come over here, present to us, and have us select. But it does not mean, as I made it clear in the beginning of this, you, I, Councilman Constant, Muscat, Wenzel, or Baidoon can pick whoever we want. This is just a recommendation of the mayors. So if it is one of the bidders, it is at your discretion, Councilwoman, to be able to pick that person, absolutely.
Even if they wish to re-up their bid
No, because once you put it out for a
as
request.
to what they're bidding on?
Right, so once you put out a request for proposal, or RFP as it's known, once that's put out, and there are sealed bids, those bids are put in, they are opened up, they were opened up by the administration at 3 PM on a Wednesday.
I was
Yeah, once it's opened up, then at that particular point, then we are selecting from one of them. The only way they would be able to quote-unquote change their bids would be if we went out for rebidding. I don't personally recommend it on a personal basis, but that's up to us as a body. But that's the only way they'd be able to change their bids, because otherwise what would happen, everybody can change it right on the spot.
Council Chair.
Councilman, go ahead.
Corporation Counsel Miyake, what's the legal ramifications if we go out to bid again?
You have the option to be able to do so. I drafted the RFP package to give the city the maximum amount of discretion that it would want to. So it's not a legal issue, it's a business decision. And as the mayor has explained, and as Councilman Baidoon has explained, that's a real serious risk. But legally, you can do it.
I just don't want to lose what we already have in hand. I am just getting ready to have a heart attack here.
It's okay, but that's what we signed up for, to make the big decisions. Councilman Wenzel, go ahead.
Right, this golf course could open up today if we had the carts. It was opened on the last day of golf season last year and operated efficiently. So the fact that this golf course couldn't operate the way it is now, it's just false. It's 100% operationable right now. The banquet facility was open at the end of the season last year. Golf course was open at the end of the season. It's not like it's been sitting there dormant for 2 years. The only thing is golf course. It's like Councilman Breyer mentioned, we talked to some people and they said that they could get golf carts, guaranteed 120 golf carts. And the Issa Brothers proposal, I didn't go by their, I never met them before, but I did go by some of their establishments, and I'm taking this opportunity to get to know them a lot better, because you know the community has been very good to me and my family, and I respect all of you guys. And but on his proposal, he mentioned several things about the banquet facility and how the roof, the air conditioning, everything. And there was one mention about the golf course. It says, repair the golf course as needed.
It says what?
Repair the golf course as needed.
Yeah.
That was only mentioned on the golf course. It was very detailed about the banquet facility.
Yeah.
But let's not forget, this number one, this is a golf course. Number two, it's a banquet facility. Okay? So all of the emphasis should be put on the golf course. You can open up that restaurant right now and put buckets on the floor and water can drip in them. You know, these golfers come there, you know what they want to do? They want to go have a drink in the bar after they golf. They can drink outside if they want to. It'll be a tent. The fact that this golf course is bad shape, it's no secret, it's in bad shape. But it is operable right now. And we can open up and work on this over the next 3 or 4 years, which was the plan originally 3 or 4 years ago when we bought the golf course, but it was never followed through on. As Councilman Muscat stated several times, I asked almost on every meeting, give us an update on the golf course. We were never given updates on the golf course, the financial situation of the golf course. We didn't know it wasn't making any money. You know, we were under the impression they were paying their rent, you know, the $25,000 a month or whatever it was. We didn't know.
Councilman?
Okay.
May I mention one thing, though?
Yes, go ahead, Counselor.
The golf course was making money. The issue is whether or not we were getting paid. So just to clarify.
Right.
that.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
I don't disagree with that at
I
all.
want to add something, Councilman. The debate here is not whether it may not be fully, it may be operable or not operable. Right now, it's just to decide who's going to take over from here.
Well,
Either
sure.
way, even if it's right now top-notch golf course, we have nobody to operate it, and that's what we are deciding on. So today, we're
right.
not voting on
Yeah.
whether it's operable or not. We're voting on who we want to operate it
Well, it's been a
henceforward.
big point made.
I'm sorry?
It's been a big point made that the bad condition of it, everything.
I've heard from a lot, it is
And it's
in bad
not going to be able to
condition,
open. It was just a statement just a few minutes ago, it'd be almost impossible to open.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm not finished yet.
Oh, go ahead.
Now, I talked to someone at Dearborn Parks and Recreation, and they operate 2 golf courses. And they pay a company to keep their golf courses cut and groomed and everything. And $1 million a year is not out of the question to pay a company. So anybody that bids on this, they're not going to get someone to cut their grass for free. They're going to have to pay someone $1 million. And if someone says, you know, not disrespecting, right? I'm going to give you 10% of my profit, that's after they pay someone $1 million. Whoever does this is going to have to pay someone $1 million or $600,000 or $800,000 to cut the grass on the golf course and maintain it every single day. From the day it opens in April to the day it closes in November. They have to pay someone every day to cut the greens, water the grass, they maintain the green. It's not done for free. So this thing that, because Davies is charging us $600,000, oh my God, someone's charging to cut the grass. Show me someone that's going to cut the grass for free. It's not that way. It's a big misconception. So, but anyway, I don't think they mind mentioning, but Mike Mackey and the Davy Company have come to an agreement that they would like to bid on a joint effort on this in one single package. And I think one of the motions is, to be fair, I mean, I can make a motion to select their group, the both of them. Is that correct?
Yes, you can. So again, as I mentioned, each and every council member at their discretion can select whoever they want. And again, I made it clear in the beginning, I'm making it clear again. It is at your discretion, his discretion, mine, hers, and everybody else's to pick whoever they want. The administration is recommending.
Council Chair.
Yes.
Remember, Council Chair, you do have a motion. This
Correct,
is not
for ESA Brothers, correct.
This is not an election process. This should be done as a motion to select. If the motion is turned down, then someone could make another
Correct.
motion at that point.
Right. But I'm making it clear that any council member can pick whoever they want. The motion's for ESA Brothers, I realize that. But if somebody else can make a motion for whoever it is, and then we can select it at that
But
point.
it should be done as a matter of fact, the clerk is looking at me in the same way. That the motion should be to select, and if that motion ends up being declined, then to make another motion for someone else at that point. Not,
Correct.
I make a motion, I make a motion, I make a motion, and we have, 4 votes or 3 votes for one person, 2 votes for another.
Right,
vote for
so
another.
to clarify, if the ESA Brothers, based on this particular motion, is turned down by the vote, then somebody else can make a motion for somebody else.
That is correct.
Correct.
Or they could amend this motion.
Right.
That is correct.
Right.
Council Chair, thank you.
Okay, Councilman?
Yeah, quickly, thank you, Council Chair. Time is of the essence. The former operator failed and the golf course is vacant. Golfing season is coming. We have a bidder. We went through the bid process. Maybe it wasn't perfect, but we have a bidder. He's going to invest some money in the golf course. The key is that somebody's going to get out there, market the golf course, market the hall. I know in the past, people would call, they wouldn't get an answer. There were no events like they had a long time ago for Mother's Day or a brunch for Easter or different events. So if someone's going to get in there and operate and market the facility, I think they'll do well.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman.
I got one last thing.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I'm sorry, and look, this is, and I thank you, Councilman.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got to kind of wrap this up. Go ahead.
And I thank you for giving us that opportunity, because this is a sensitive topic.
Sure.
But
And
I know.
Mr. Deeb, you'll have an opportunity to speak.
And I know the councilman just said that Mike Mackey and Davies wants to bid on this. Mike, do you want to speak on that?
Is Mike here?
Yes, he is.
And I only say this, council chairs, because at the last meeting, Mike said he's giving his blessings to Mr. Issa. I've had some
Correct.
conversations with Mike.
Okay, but Mr. Mackey, if you don't mind, please. No, I'm allowing you to speak, absolutely, but Ali Deeb was already waiting, so let me just have him go ahead of
I'll
you.
only be a minute.
Oh, go ahead.
You want me to state my name and all that?
I'm sorry?
Want me to state my name and all that?
Yeah, name,
Mike
street,
Mackey, Martha Street,
city.
Dearborn Heights. I'm going to keep this easy and simple for all of us. If the bid opens up, would I be interested in putting a bid? That's a whole different question. And I'll give you a whole different answer. Am I here to take Mr. Issa's bid off the table? Absolutely not. So I'll put it to you that way. There's a process here. You guys decide on that process. I mean, I have not made any commitments to anyone, and I want to be fair in the process because I could be him standing here for something else. So you guys do whatever you guys feel is in the best interest, and I support that. You guys got any questions for me?
Do you want to bid on, because I know you withdrew your bid, you said.
So I'm going to tell you that I'm not putting a bid in right now. If you guys open up the process, then I think everyone's free to bid then, and you guys might get someone that's great, or you might get nobody. But I'm not going to sit here and commit to anything like that. Okay? That's all I'm going to tell you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Mackey.
Council Chair?
What?
I got a question for
Mr. Mackey, come on back, please.
Police force does a phenomenal job in the city of Dearborn
Can you
Heights.
tell us if you have any guarantees or anything as far as equipment or anything at all?
This is what I would wish you guys would do. Bid on the bid that's in front of you guys, please. Go there, and I think that's probably the most appropriate thing. That's just my opinion as a resident, seeing this from the outside.
You said bid on what we have right now?
Vote on that. If you guys vote for him, let's all support him. If you guys don't, put it back up for bid, and everybody will have a chance to bid on it. I'm in favor of following the rules, and I'm going to do that, and I'm going to demonstrate it by me first.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mackey.
Thank you.
Mr. Deeb, please.
Mr. Council President, I just wanted to clarify two simple things. One,
Okay, before you do, I'm sorry. You don't need to say street name or anything like that, but for those in the audience that don't know who you are, the city engineer.
I'm the city engineer. I just wanted to clarify two things. What we have before us tonight, you're not approving the bid. You're not approving a contract. What you're doing, you're approving us to negotiate a concession agreement with a potential operator. So it's just for us to negotiate the agreement. There's nothing before you to review. There's no commitment on the capital investment. There's no minimum guarantee. There's nothing for you to review. And having done the, I just have to disagree with Councilman Wenzel. I walked that golf course multiple Fridays, unfortunately. And I can tell you the conditions that was left by the prior operators are not what you consider a golf course to be in operating conditions. It isn't. So there are a lot of things that need immediate attention. Now, to evaluate underground pumps for irrigation system is not an easy thing to do. So all of these things, all of these requirements will be brought up during the negotiations with a potential concessionaire. And then based on that, on the outcome, you will have a operator. Now, if we fail to come to an agreement with the companies that you select tonight, absolutely, we'll have other choices. We may go to the second or rebid. But all we're asking for is to be able to negotiate, potentially with one operator, because we have a lot to negotiate. And what you have before you, I mean, it isn't just the banquet that requires work. The grounds require a lot of work. I was surprised to see how the operator left the place.
I have just
Go ahead, Councilman.
And this is to the administration, to our body here. If we don't agree with the terms, let's just say Mr. Issa says, you know what, guys, I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
we can either A, choose from the list, or B, reopen it back up for
It's at our
bids.
discretion, correct.
So this is to allow for the negotiations. You may have a contract
And let's just say
before
we as the
you-
council don't like his negotiation.
Yes.
Then we can turn it down.
Or if we don't come to an agreement.
Yeah.
You know, if he decides that, wait, it's going to cost me $7 million, I can't
Right.
do that, I'll walk away.
So let me clarify. So what's going to happen now, whoever we select, administration will go back and forth with whoever we select, try to negotiate the specifics of the contract. Once they've come to an agreement between administration, our corporation counselor, and whoever we select, to an agreement on the contract, provided they came to an agreement, then they bring that agreement back to our body as a council to approve that agreement or possibly amend it. If they don't come to an agreement, then it will be at our discretion through administration to either send it back out for bids or maybe possibly go with another bidder. Thank you, Mr. Deeb. Okay, at this particular point, if nobody else has anything urgent, go ahead, Councilwoman.
I understand that a couple of things we need that could be corrected would be, ditches could be put in to alleviate problems that we are having currently at a cost of approximately $100,000. And I know we have 2 pumps, one is functioning, the other may not be. And let's see, I had some other little notes, but we could possibly open 18 holes fairly soon. Mr. Deeb is shaking his head yes.
So part of what we need to do is to evaluate the conditions of the systems that were left behind.
Right.
So pumps were one of them. We weren't even sure, and he brought some real good operator. Last Friday, the Hilltop operator had an amazing person with him. He's got like 100 years of experience. This guy knew everything about golf course operation. And he brought up things that we weren't even sure about, like where the previous operator, did they winterize the underground? We have no evidence of that. If you didn't winterize your underground system, you lost it during that last winter. We don't know. And so, I mean, there are a lot of things. I was more concentrating about the high-priced items, like the submersible pumps in the river that draw the pond water, and then the distribution, I mean, the irrigation system. That large ticket items. Now, I believe carts and other things can be obtained, especially now that the operator of Dearborn Hills are not operating, so they have their carts that we might be able to lease from them.
That's a good
or
thought.
operate. But we have to concentrate on the heavy, large items that are not easy to find. The submersible pumps are not easy to find. Just what I'm
Okay.
gonna do.
Thank you, Mr. Deeb. Corporation Counselor, I just want to make sure I follow the right protocols. I want to make sure out of respect for everybody, make sure everybody's motion is done properly. So there was a motion on the table by Councilman Baydoun, supported by Councilman Wenzel. But also Councilwoman had another potential motion. So you want us to vote on this one first fully?
Yes, you should vote on the motion that's in front of you.
And then she would make her motion and we'd vote on
If that motion
that.
fails, then she would be able to make an alternate motion.
But just to clarify, if the motion passes, then we would not be able to make the second motion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, let's just say,
Go through the chair, Mo.
I'm sorry, Council Chair, let's just say that they're both, or let's just say this is denied, okay? How do we bid for somebody else? Are we bidding for somebody else that's already here in the packet? So it would be either...
If I may, Council Chair.
Yes, go ahead,
address
Council.
that. At that point, then the question becomes, the councilwoman could potentially make her motion to select someone else, or she could end up making a motion to say, we want to reopen the bids.
Okay, that's what I was
For
asking.
a certain period of time. I don't know if Mr. Deeb and the administration would want me to tweak it a bit, maybe, now that we've kind of gone through the process or not, if that's the way the council wants to go. So if the council approves the motion that's in front of you, then Mr. Deeb and I are going to obviously meet in the administration as well, and we'll start moving as quickly as possible to start negotiating.
Okay.
And then if it fails, then at that point, another motion can be
Another option.
Okay.
Okay.
Council
So,
Chair? I just one quick
Go
statement.
ahead, Councilman.
I just want to let everyone know that, as mentioned, Dearborn Hills is not going to be open this year. And the company that currently does the groundskeeping at Dearborn Hills is the Davy Company. So we would have the equipment immediately. I mean, it's not, they don't have to go out and find it. They've got all the equipment. We've got a gentleman from Davies here, and they have the manpower and the experience. They've got all their stuff local here, and they have the ability, between Mike and the Davy Company, are guaranteed golf carts. And they said to me, I mean, I don't know if they meant to just make this public or not, but they said they'd guarantee it open by May 1st.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. I just want to make just a quick comment in regards to the ESA Brothers LLC. I personally have been multiple of their businesses, multiple businesses, including used car lot on Telegraph. And each and every business I have ever been to has been run at a level that's just beyond normal. And I'm always super impressed every time I go through any one of their facilities. So I can tell you, for one, what I know, golf courses, no, that's not what I'm commenting on. I'm commenting on the history of the ESA Brothers as far as the way they run their operations, top notch every single time. So I just wanted to make sure and say that. Okay, so at this particular point, we're going to go ahead and vote on the motion made by Councilman Bidun, seconded by Councilman Wenzel. And this is a motion to go ahead and award the bid to the ESA Brothers LLC as a concessionaire for the Warren Valley Golf Course, subject to Corporation Councilor Miyake and the administration negotiating and preparing the appropriate agreement with ESA Brothers and the City Council approving the proposed agreement. In addition, Corporation Council Miyake and the administration are directed to negotiate and prepare the proposed agreement in time for it to be considered by the City Council at its first regular meeting in April 2022, as outlined in item 7A. And I only repeated it, I just want to make sure, clarify. All in favor, please state aye. Aye.
No.
Those opposed? No. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Abdallah?
Yes.
Councilman Bidun?
Yes.
Councilwoman Breyer?
No.
Councilman Constant?
Yes.
Councilman Muscat?
Yes.
And Councilman Wenzel?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Okay, motion carried.
5-1.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
I just want to make it clear, Mr. Issa, congratulations, but this isn't official. We hope that you can come to terms.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is Chief of Staff Hernandez bid award for the annual financial audit and single audit.
Council Chair,
Councilman Muscat.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for the annual financial audit and single audit to Allen C. Young and Associates, PC, as they are the lowest bidder, and authorize the Comptroller's Office to return all bid bonds to unsuccessful bidders. In addition, authorize Corporation Counsel to prepare a contract and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the contract on behalf of the city. Furthermore, authorize the mayor and comptroller to sign the necessary warrants and authorize the treasurer to issue payment from account 101-200-817.000 as outlined in 7B.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Muscat, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Is there any discussions on that? I can tell you I made some calls, and including to a gentleman from Plant Moran, and I just wanted to ask about the two different firms. He had heard nothing bad in regards to the other bidder, which would be PLLC, I think it was. I'm drawing a blank here, it's not coming up.
PSLZ.
I'm sorry?
PSLZ.
Yeah, PSLZ. And in addition to that, in regards to Allen C. Young and Associates, and he was very comfortable with Allen C. Young and Associates as far as, he's heard nothing bad about him, he's heard nothing but good things about him, and he felt very comfortable with them as far as being a good company and in good standing. They were also the lowest bidder, just wanted to announce that. Okay? So any discussions on this? Okay? That being the case, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is under items 8A, reports from mayor. City depositories, update on bank documents.
Council Chair.
Councilman Muscat.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council authorize Mayor Bill Bazey and City Clerk Lynn Zub Sienna, I wanted it for the record, Comptroller David Sabuda, and Treasurer Lisa Hicks to sign all necessary documentation with the City of Dearborn Heights financial institutions to act as depositories of funds as J.P. Morgan, Chase Bank, Comerica Bank, Dearborn Federal Savings Bank, Flagstar Bank, and Morgan Stanley. This request is being made per resolution as outlined in 8A.
Support.
Motion made by Councilman Muscat, supported by Councilman Baydoun. Is there any discussions on that? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. And next item on the agenda is the Watershed Stewards Commission appointment, and there's an addition to that one. Councilman Muscat?
Yes.
Can you go ahead, please?
I will make the motion here. I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council concur with the mayoral appointment of Curtis Whitmore for commission member of the Westlands Commission. Also reappoint Barbara Gorka, Bob Constant, and Tom Wenzel. Terms to expire September of 2025 as outlined in 8B.
Support. Did you add those?
Yes, I added those.
Okay, and then there were some honorary student members. I'm going to go ahead and read the names that were submitted to us, and this is for the Watershed Stewards Commission honorary students. The first one's Marwa Aidibi. Second person is Shireen El-Sagir. Third person is Samer Ayash. Mohammed Varji. It's bad handwriting here. I believe it's Varji. Rezan Shams. And Miera Nashar. Yasmina Abbas. And then also Savannah Joma. And lastly, I'm sorry, Zainab Zaidan. These are the students.
Crestwood Honor Society students.
Oh, Crestwood Honor Society students.
That come to the meetings and help at the cleanups and so forth.
And I thank them for their time, and congratulations for being honor students. Okay? So motion,
Robert Constant.
support. Motion, who supported it? Okay. So motion made, this is on item 8B, motion made by Muscat, supported by Councilman Wenzel. Any discussions on that?
Council Chair.
Councilman, go
I
ahead.
mentioned that, I don't know if the motion needs this or not, but the names submitted to the clerk's office.
We maintain the roster, so we need the appointees' names as well as their addresses or their contact information.
Are you talking about the students, or are you talking about the specific appointees?
The only one we have right now, well, we have the reappointments, of the honorary students, yeah.
Okay,
We have
so
none of that information.
just the honorary students, correct?
And Council Chair,
Well, let me ask our Mayor Junior to run that over. Mr. Mayor Junior, can you run that over to the clerk, please?
Council Chair.
He got his first assignment.
Council Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, for Messinia, some of these were already appointed, so you probably have to look at the previous appointment. So all I did is pretty much transfer the appointment, just renewed it.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the first we saw,
Yeah.
so we'll look and see.
Okay.
Okay.
Council Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Somebody else, oh, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I just wanted to say that as a Watershed Steward Commissioner and one of the organizers for our annual Ecorse Creek cleanup and rain garden maintenance, the students from Crestwood's Honor Society have stepped up tremendously every year. Not only these 10 or 12 students here are honorary commissioners, but with them on our rain garden and Ecorse Creek cleanup day, they bring 40, 50 kids with them. And being a graduate from Annapolis High School, this rain garden is in my Annapolis High School's backyard, and we've got all these kids from Crestwood, so I challenge right now the Annapolis High School students and Honor Society and their sponsors to step up and represent Annapolis High School in this effort. It's a great time, great camaraderie. It's a really good event. Anybody that doesn't know anything about the rain gardens behind the Richard A. Young Center, they're fantastic. They're an ecological system that's amazing. There's so much to talk about. It's too long to talk about now, but show up in our scheduled cleanup day is May 7th, the first Saturday in May at 9 o'clock at the Richard A. Young Center. Thank you.
Are you buying
Thank-
donuts?
Bagels.
Wow.
Thank you, Councilman. And for those students and also the volunteers on this particular committee that are involved, I mean, basically all you're doing is getting muddy, dirty, and doing everything to benefit the city. So thank you all for participating in this. Next item on the agenda is item 8C. This is Running Fit Annual Martian Marathon on Saturday, April the 10th, 2022.
Council Chair, we didn't vote on the previous.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
My fault. On the last item, this is in regards to the watershed. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item on the agenda is item 8C. This is Running Fit Annual Martian Marathon, Saturday, April 10th, 2022.
Council Chair.
Councilman Constant.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council grant permission to Running Fit to hold their annual Martian Marathon on Saturday, April 10th, 2022, commencing at 6:15 a.m. The police chief and fire chief have approved the route and will provide any services as they may require, as outlined in 8C.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant, supported by Councilman Muscat. Is there any discussion on this? Okay, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Next item on the agenda is from City Clerk Senior, Annual Liquor License Review.
Council Chair,
Councilman Muscat.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council receive note and file for the 2022 liquor license review and direct Corporation Counsel to draft a letter to businesses with deficiencies if the department that cited the deficiency has not already done so, requesting the deficiencies to be addressed within 30 days of said letter as outlined in 9A.
Support.
Motion made by Councilman Muscat, supported by Councilman Constant. Any discussion on that? I do want to say one thing. We are going to give some of the licensees for these liquor licenses an opportunity to do, without discussing what specifically they are, to do corrective action. I do want to tell you that we're going to be pretty firm on this. So I hope, because without stating who they are and what they did, you know, some of these have been delayed over and over and over. So please make sure, Madam Clerk, that you let them know that I'm saying it here publicly. We're going to be pretty firm on this. So hopefully they get all the stuff in within a timely manner. Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Next item on the agenda is item 9B. This is from Chief of Staff Hernandez, budget amendment for DTE street lighting project.
Council Chair.
Councilman Baydoun.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council authorize the comptroller to amend the budget as follows, as outlined in 9B.
Support.
Okay. Motion made by Councilman Baydoun, supported by Councilman Constant. Is there any discussion on
Yes,
this?
Council Chair.
Councilman, go ahead.
I don't mind moving on this, but I don't know if the DTE is the responsible people for having all these poles laying around the ground, okay? Been complaining about 4 on Cherry Hill and near Rosemary there.
And one on Beach Daily, I remember you said.
And one Beach Daily in front of Walgreens. They've been there for years, not just months, years. And I don't know, I know a lot of people that live throughout the city. I don't get to go on every block, but I'm sure they're all over the city. They need to be reported. Either move them in the next 30 days, or let's get a chainsaw, cut them up, and charge it to whoever they belong to, okay? Because they're an eyesore. We got people that are trying to cut their lawns on it. They can't cut around them. The lawns are now destroyed. Forget about, they have to be resodded. And then they look hideous.
Robert?
I've mentioned that multiple times in this city.
Okay, if you don't mind, Robert, can you come up for a sec?
Somebody's got to find out who they belong to.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I'll call the manager tomorrow from DTE, make sure I'll bring it
So
to
you
his
got it?
attention.
All
I got
right,
it.
we're good. Thank you,
I got
Director. No, not on that, 1 second. We're good, Director. The mayor answered it. Yeah, I'm sorry, thank you.
Don't go too far.
We got to vote that we have that motion that they added on to extend the submission of the budget.
That was a D, correct. Yep. Right, of course. Okay, so this is for item 9B. So any other discussion items on that? And Mr. Mayor, you said you're calling DTE on this? Okay, excellent.
Council Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
Can Mariana, our Chief of Staff, can you explain this amended budget and what it's doing, or what's the purpose of this?
So in last year's fiscal budget, we hadn't budgeted for capital improvement projects for the DTE. So what I'm doing is moving funds from the police department capital outlay into our street lighting budget so that we can afford 50% of what the DTE total cost is going to be.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good question.
Thank you, Mariana. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Next item on the agenda is item 9C from Building and Engineering Director Watland, Demolition Board of Appeals appointment and reappointments.
Council Chair.
Right. 8D? We skipped 8D. Okay, so let's go ahead. So there was an item that was added on, 8D. Before we go, no, we didn't do 8D. This is one that was added on.
That was added on.
Right,
Yes.
so before we go to 9C, let's go back to 8D. This is the one from Mariana.
8D, I don't have.
That's the extension of the budget submission.
The extension to April 7th.
Yeah,
Do that one?
I move that city council move the date to April 7th for the submission of the budget.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Muscat, supported by Councilman Constant. Is there any discussion on that?
Council Chair.
Go ahead, Councilman.
To this respected administration, I know I've said this a couple of times, you know, we want to work hand in hand with you guys, but please, I respectfully ask, and I know you brought this up to the Council Chair, is just not to throw in any last second items. I know this is something that was needed. I get that.
Council Chair.
But
I just want to clarify, we didn't throw it at the last second. The proper protocol is to get a hold of the council chair. If the council chair is not available, we go to the council pro tem, and we did that.
Awesome, Council Chair, but I didn't know about it until today.
I understand, but we did go through the proper channel.
They did.
And
I understand, so then.
yeah, we didn't, this is not a last minute.
It is last minute, because it's the first time I heard of it.
Well, for us. it was
No,
not.
no, all we're doing, we're just basically publicizing it at this point.
Oh, what do you mean?
We're just publicizing it in a public meeting, but they did follow the right protocols. They approached me, and just to make sure, I checked with the Madam Clerk, and I spoke with our current Comptroller.
Council Chair, I'm going to have to blame you and just say it next, for
I will
next
take
time,
that.
please let us know.
I will take that, no
And to
problem.
the administration, then I'll extend my apologies.
Again, Council Chair, just for a clarification, we had no idea until today that it has to go in front of council for approval.
Oh, okay.
So in Council Chair's defense, we all thought that we can just go ahead and just submit it on April 7th till today. And it says, no, the council has to approve it. That's why we're talking about it right now.
Right. Thank you.
Council Chair, today was the first I heard about it, and I sent you all an email asking if a motion should not be made at the meeting so that we have record, you know, in case why wasn't it submitted on time. Okay,
Thank you.
But today was the first that I heard of it.
Me as well.
Actually, you know what, actually, my apologies. It was myself and the mayor and the Comptroller. I apologize. You were not a part of that conversation.
I didn't hear anything
Correct,
about it.
absolutely correct. It's my age, my fault. I apologize. Okay, so all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item 9C, Building and Engineering Director Watland, Demolition Board of Appeals appointments and reappointments.
Council Chair.
Councilman Constant.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council concur with the reappointments of Frank Mastroeni, term to expire July 2024, and Ali Alderani, term to expire July 2025, to the Demolition Board of Appeals. In addition, concur with the appointment of Tom Walagorski, term to expire July 2024, and Hussein Hamadi, term to expire July 2023, as outlined in 9C.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant, supported by Councilwoman Breyer. Is it,
Vote.
any discussions on that?
Get his vote.
No, he has to go to the restroom. So any discussions on this? All right, just to clarify for those in the audience, what the Demolition Board of Appeals is basically if if the building engineering department, if the building department determined that a property needs to go on a demolition list, this would be the opportunity, this would be the commission that people would be able to go in front of to be able to appeal that decision. All right, we're going to go ahead and take this to a vote. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'll text Mo.
The ayes have it. Next item on the agenda is item 9D, and this is from City Engineer Deeb, CDBG Water Main Project, Joy Road and Virgil Street, change order number 1.
Council Chair,
Councilman Constant.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve a contract change order in the amount of $85,320 to Lawrence M. Clark, Inc. for work related to CBGD Water Main Project at Joy Road and Virgil Street. This change will increase the original contract value from $1,027,026.11 to $1,112,346.11, which is an 8.3% increase. In addition, approve the payment of the scope fee and authorize the mayor and comptroller to sign the necessary warrants for a total amount not to exceed $1,112,346.11, and authorize the treasurer to issue payment as outlined in 9D.
Support.
Motion made by Councilman Constant, supported by Councilman Muscat. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair?
Councilman, go
I
ahead.
just want to make everybody aware of the reason why this was being done is because when they originally did the contract, they go through and they burst the pipe that they're replacing and line it. They got too close to a gas line that was not seen on the records. So once they got to that point, they stopped. They didn't want to damage it, cause any other damage. So now we have to reroute the pipe, and that's the reason why.
Yes.
So it's just not they're asking for more money just to
Correct.
get money.
Councilman, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any other discussion items on that? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Next item on the agenda is item 9E. This is from City Engineer Deeb. Payment to the D&D Water and Sewer Incorporated.
Council Chair,
Councilman, go ahead.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve payment to D&D Water and Sewer Corp. in the amount of $50,938.45. In addition, authorize the mayor and the comptroller to sign the warrants and authorize the treasurer to issue payment as outlined in 9E.
Support.
Motion made by Councilman Muscat, supported by Councilman Baydun. Is there any discussions on that?
Again, Council Chair.
Councilman, go ahead.
Just for the public's knowledge, this was caught by our engineer to make sure that the properties that are being built on Ford Road are not going to affect the neighborhood with
Flooding.
any more flooding if possible.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Engineer, for catching that.
And I actually also saw that driving by it. I said, wow, this looks expensive.
Yeah.
So kudos to you as well.
Motion made by Councilman Muscat, seconded by Councilman Baydun.
Yeah.
We are blessed to have Ali Deeb on our team, our little mini weight trim.
Better.
In-house weight trim. Okay. Okay, so any other discussions on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried. Next item on the agenda is City Engineer Deeb. Now, I just said congratulations, Mr. Deeb. You're coming in with too many expenses here. All right. Next item on the agenda is City Engineer Deeb, contract approval for an aerial survey for the Ecorse Creek Channel.
Council Chair,
Councilman Muscat.
thank God this is here.
Yes.
Move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the payment to Wade Trim per scope, the fee in the amount of $13,150. In addition, authorize the mayor and comptroller to sign the warrants and authorize the treasurer to issue payments as outlined in 9F.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Muscat, supported by Councilman Baydun. If you don't mind, Mr. Deeb, I know I had a conversation with you about that, and I had questions and concerns about the amount, and you clarified it. Thank you very much. Can you give our council members and the audience maybe a sentence or two clarifying a little more detailed as far as the advantages of this and what this exactly entails, where it's not just drone footage.
Yeah, so what you have before you is actually as close to a street engineering survey as you can possibly get from the sky at a much, less cost. So what we asked we have 5 proposals actually, not just that one. And then the consultants were asked to propose on providing a real-time kinematic geolocated survey, meaning that we wanted to be able to recognize from that survey the areas of interests on the creek. And that is to my knowledge anyway, that's the first time that's been done. So this is to cover the entire run of Ecorse Creek from Inkster to Southfield Freeway. So what we wanted to do is concentrate on areas of interests to augment the data we already have. Mayor just brought to my attention just recently that we actually have a station, a USGS station that is going to come to before you next meeting that we actually subscribe to, and the federal government monitors flood locations and critical locations on the Ecorse Creek that at least I wasn't aware of, so the data was not being used. So what we're trying to do now is to collect all available data and put it to use. And this is one more good data that we can use to recognize and concentrate on the areas of interest. So that's going to give us a lot of good information. It's going to extend 125 feet from center line of the creek in both directions. So we're looking at trying to improve the areas of interest. So if I wanted to go to an agency and discuss corrective actions, you need to show what areas we're talking about. You can't just tell them the Ecorse Creek. So that's the data that we require. And other, I know, Council President, we had other proposals. We have 5. One company declined to offer; they're too busy, and then the rest were 18,750, 21,750, 19,700, and 26,550. So this proposal at $13,150 gave us what we need at a good price.
From a reputable company. I do want to recognize 2 sets of people here. Number one, the commission on Ecorse Creek that was put together by the mayor, and I see some of them here. I see Mrs. Todd, I know Councilwoman Nancy Breyer's on that, and I don't know who else in here is on that, but for all those are, Tom Wenzel also. For all those are on that particular commission, I thank you for your time and giving a voice to those people in our city that are concerned about that, to be able to come in and speak to you so that you are the conduit to the administration directly. I'd also like to recognize our administration specifically, because one of the things that was very, very important to me is to continue to work on that creek and not have people deal with all the flooding. And I want to commend Mr. Deeb and the administration for continuing to keeping an eye on this creek and continuing to work with whatever is within our powers and money, let's call it the way it is, to be able to solve this. So thank you for continuing to focus on this and trying to do whatever we can to avoid people's flooding. Councilman Wenzel, go ahead.
I have 2 things. Was this bid by the linear distance, or, because the reason I'm asking that is, if this wasn't, charged by the foot or the quarter mile or something like that, why don't we go a quarter mile upstream in the other community, see what they're doing there? I mean, maybe the problem's there, or a quarter mile downstream, and maybe the problem's there also.
So the data that I received from the USGS and from FEMA, interestingly enough, indicated the presence of no issues upstream or downstream. We were the only lucky location. Seriously, and this is surprising to me. Most of the trouble that associated with flooding, in fact, it was even concentrated and mostly west of Telegraph.
Who gave you this information?
USGS.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have they been reliable in the past?
Yes. In fact, the monitoring stations they have in place now are amazing. In fact, it's a shame that we've never used them before. I have access to it now. I monitor them daily basis.
Awesome.
It's real life.
Yeah.
It's good information.
Where's this money coming from? Out of what?
So we pay fraction of the cost of that station. I believe the invoice they sent us was $16,000, and that was something that was entered into by the previous administration, and no one told us. There is no records of any contract in place.
Really?
I just received an invoice and a contact, so I called them.
Yeah, is this a physical station?
Yes.
Where's it at?
West of Telegraph on the Ecorse Creek, they tell me it's like an eighth of a mile. It's in the water.
I think I know where it is. I see
Yeah,
that.
people
There's
told
like a
me they've
little
seen that.
building there
I
on the
went
side.
down there
Yeah.
myself. I couldn't find the machine, but if you go online, you can see it live.
Right.
It's
Now,
it's doing its
Where
job.
where the Beach
Beach Daily?
Beach Daily? Yeah.
Okay.
Where's the money coming from?
It's on Beach Daily, so just Beach. Okay.
That's
But
our
it is
quick
actually,
expert there.
Yeah,
it's-
that's pretty interesting. That's
it's
pretty cool.
operational,
Yeah.
and I can share the
What does it do?
It actually does quarter hour, 15 minutes, monitor the flood water. So what you're doing is, it will tell you for that critical location what the height and water elevation is, and then it drafts it, and then keeps track of daily, weekly, annual. So if you ever wanted to, if you have any questions, or if you have like a rain event, you can say, what is a quarter-inch rain going to do to that location?
Oh, yeah.
And that was determined to be the worst location.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, one
Good
quick
data.
question. Where's the money for the survey, the drone survey coming from?
It's contracted, contracts, the money? Yeah, it's our, yeah.
It's coming from
Professional contracts from our budget.
It's in budget, it's a
Yeah.
budgeted amount, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilman.
Thank you,
Any other
Councilor.
discussion items from council members? Hearing none, let's go ahead and thank you, Mr. Deeb. Let's go ahead and take this to a vote. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item 9G, DPW Director Conrad, Highway Department, purchase of replacement trees.
Council Chair,
Councilman Baydun.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the purchase of payment of 35 red maple and 5 oak trees for Troy Clog Landscaping Association LLC in the amount of $17,800. In addition, authorize the mayor comptroller to sign the warrant upon receipt and authorize the treasurer to issue payment. Funds for the purchase will be transferred from Highway Constructual Service Account 101-440-818.00 to the tree removal permit funds to the tree planting account 101-440-821.000 as outlined in 9G.
Okay, that's with contractual services, just to be clear. Okay.
Okay.
So motion made by Councilman Baydun, seconded by
Support.
Councilman Constant. Any discussions on that?
Council Chair.
Councilman Muscat.
I sent an email to our Director of Public Works, and I'm getting some mixed, maybe I misread his email, so if he can explain it. I said, what about the tree fund? And I think I received the email back, said that the tree fund had sufficient funds in it to do this. So if that's the case, why are we transferring funds?
And Mr. Conrad, just for those in the audience, if you could just give maybe a one sentence what the tree fund is for those that are not
Let me
familiar with it.
apologize, because I think, when after I read this, I got confused now.
Sure. So, again, Robert Conrad, Director DPW, to the chair. The tree fund, is money that we collect from tree removal permits that citizens want to remove a tree either on their private property or in the right-of-way. They apply for a permit, which is a minimum of $65. That money goes into revenues, and that's considered the tree fund. But, so we need to take the money out of that tree fund that's in there and move it to the tree planting portion to because we can't spend money out of the revenues. So that's basically what this is we're just going to transfer that money required to do this contract to the tree planting fund and plant these trees.
So you're saying that the tree fund is actually a contractual service account?
Well, yeah, so it has to go through several stages, because it's now, the money's just in revenues in the treasurer's office for the DPW.
Okay.
So we need to take the money out of that revenue fund, put it into contractuals, and then put it into the tree fund.
So the tree fund really doesn't have the total $17,800?
It has zero in it until this is, until this is.
So how did it become zero when people are paying these into the tree fund?
It's in revenues in the tree fund. So I mean, the tree planting fund doesn't actually, hold those revenues. The revenues are held in the treasurer's office under the general fund, so.
I'll go with that for right now, but I'm going to stop in and see the comptroller this week or early next week.
Yeah, I had to learn all this in order to set this up. I mean, first I had to find the money in the treasurer's office where this money was going to, and that's just the process that how I was told that the money comes in, it holds in revenues until we move it out of revenues into where we're going to use it. So, and actually this account 821, I had to create that as a new ledger item for this tree planting, because this is a new general ledger number that we had to create to do this. So I don't know how it was done in the past, or if it was done in the past. I guess they didn't do this last year. So, that was how the previous controller, said that it should be set up.
Thank you. I'll go and educate myself beginning of next week.
Thank you, Director.
Council Chair.
Councilman, go ahead.
That's kind of ludicrous that you have this tree fund and the money can go anywhere. The tree fund was established to replace trees that were cut down. That should be a restricted fund.
Well, we'll go and get educated.
Yeah,
on
let's
that.
find out about that.
Out of fairness to Mr. Conrad, this is, the accounting part is not the part that he
Oh, I know,
specifically
I'm aware of
handles.
that, yeah, I'm saying, yeah.
So that'd be a question more for our controller or our treasurer.
Yeah, thank you.
So maybe between the controller and treasurer, if I could ask one of you to, I know one of our controllers, can you answer that if you don't mind? No, come on up.
So there is no individual, good evening, Your Honor, Mayor and council members. There is no separate restricted tree fund. Everything's coming out of the general fund. There is an expense account inside of the general fund to spend the money for the trees, and there's a revenue account that we collect as the DPW director has stated. So we're collecting dollars from permits at $65 a pop. That revenue is recorded inside of the general fund, and in the same department, within the general fund, there's an expense account, and that money is set up to pay for the trees. And that's what's happening here. And there is no separate restricted operating fund. This is all within the general fund.
I said there should be.
Should there be? That is for another day and another time.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay, thank you, Dave.
You're welcome.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take this to a vote. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Next item on the agenda is item 9H, and this would be DPW Director Conrad, 2021-2022 Water and Sewer Budget. I do want to point out to those in the audience, we've had 2 study sessions on this, so this is just final approval.
Council Chair.
Councilman Constant.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the 2021-2022 water and sewer budget provided by Plant Moran as outlined in 9H.
Support. Motion made by Councilman Constant, supported by Councilman Baydoun. Is there any questions or discussion on that? All right, hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, so, Madam Clerk?
Council Chair, I had my hand up
For discussion? Okay, I'm sorry.
discussion.
So sometimes I'm looking forward, so if you don't see, if I don't see you
Okay,
just
yeah.
yell to me or whatever.
Well, I like to do
So let's
that.
go ahead and backtrack before the vote. Go ahead and ask the discussion question.
Council Chair?
Go ahead.
Okay. You know, Dearborn Heights pays the highest water rates, I think, like in Michigan, and definitely this area of the state, you know? And are the water quality that much better? You know, are services that much better? I don't think so. I think, like I said, it's obvious I voted against it. I'm voting against this because we got to be a little bit more creative, and instead of just increasing the rates because we need it, you know, why is it that we're paying more than Dearborn? You know, why is it we're paying more than Taylor? Why is it we're paying more than Allen Park? Every county say we pay more. Why? What's the reason? We never have, all we know is we're behind, we got to increase the rates. So I am not voting on this, no way.
Council Chair?
Councilman Baydun.
Can we hear from Mr. Saputo? I know I've had this conversation with you when I walked in.
Before you do that, this is ridiculous. I think we've had like 3 hearings or 3 meetings, 3 study sessions. Are we going to do another 4th one? I mean, this is ridiculous. I think Clay Moran came here 3 separate times to discuss this, and now we want to do another study session?
No, I had a
Like,
question.
if you guys had these questions, you should have brought them the last 3 meetings.
I had no question at all, a statement.
Okay, well, I think your question was answered 3 separate times.
Councilman Baydun.
Are you saying that to me, Mayor? Are you
No, I'm just saying, you know, these questions.
I have a question. I have a question for the comptroller because he explained things that kind of broke it down. So it's for the general public to understand what the question that I'm going to ask him. If it's okay with Mr. Saputo. Are you okay with it?
No, I'm okay. I just want to make sure, clarify that we did have 3 separate study sessions that we discussed the same thing.
Mr. Saputo, how are you?
Good evening,
You
Mayor
and I
council
sat
members.
inside that council conference room where I was walking through City Hall and I asked you a couple of questions and you really broke it down. And so that at first I was completely against voting yes on this, but you really helped me understand it.
Great.
And you explained to me 1, 2, 3, 4 projects. There are certain things that the state is expecting us to do.
That's correct.
And I know Plant Moran went through this, but you really kind of, and I hate to use the D word, but you kind of dumbed it down for me so that I properly really understood this. Can you kind of give us through that little quick rundown one more time?
Sure. So tonight, what we're asking for is to be able to operate the system. And the rate increase that we're asking for will help us run the system and pay the bills. So on your water bill, you'll see the water rate, the sewer rate, and then also there's some other expenses that are coming up that are part of this that deal with capital outlay. So there's CSO, there's bond issues, the bond debt, and what you're doing is you're paying for that obligation that we've committed for. And you have bondholders out there that are expecting payment. The rates are funding that debt payment. And if you don't make that or you default on that debt payment, we're going to have problems with the credit rating and our ability to borrow money. So with that being said, this proposed increase that we are talking about that you've been going through over the past number of weeks helps us pay those bills. You have fixed sunk costs that are in the ground. You have CSO, you have basins out there, you have sewer, and this cost is spread among all the ratepayers in the city. So when you compare communities, you really have to look at average usage. The other issue I want to really make clear here is that meters that go into people's homes, those are the property of the city of Dearborn Heights. And on your bill will be the bond payment or what's due for the bond payment in lieu of paying for that actual meter. That meter belongs to the city, will always belong to the city. And as part of some of the projects that we're asking to do here, the funding will pay for that debt payment. So with that being said, there are multiple capital projects that we're paying for here. You're paying for daily water, daily sewer. You're paying for the maintenance of the pipes that are in the ground. And you're paying for all the other issues that go along with maintaining a very large and very complicated water sewer system.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'd also like to point out that for some residents, I did get some calls from some residents that said their water bill is too high. And I just want to just restate it again, that the last water bill that was received was for 92 days instead of the traditional 60 days. So your water bill should be 50%, well, not should be, but typically probably will be 50% plus higher than it would have been in previous water bills because you have 92 days versus a traditional 60 days.
Council Chair, can
Councilman,
you
go ahead.
explain why that happened? Are we going to get our next bill for 1 month or for 30 days? I mean, why is this, why bill a 90-day? What's the reason for that?
There was a delay in getting the bills out, but, Mr. Mayor?
I can look into, go ahead, Comptroller.
Mayor, City
Go
Council
ahead.
members, we manually read meters in the city of Dearborn Heights. You have 3 meter readers that go out and read the meters on a daily basis. So that takes time, that takes effort, that takes, somebody's ill, we just went through the COVID process, the pandemic, but when people are ill, they take vacation, they work very hard, they get out there on a daily basis and they cover the ground. But it is a manual process here in Dearborn Heights, not an automatic process. So that takes time, and I can tell you now, we're looking at between a 70 and 75 day meter read now. That's where we are. That's what we're expecting the next bills that are going out to be in that about 75-day range. So that's the main reason why it takes time to read the meters and then get the bill out. Thank you.
Yeah, the bill came, so basically it was an additional month, so it's not like people are paying for.
Oh, yeah, I know that, but I mean, I don't remember that ever happening before.
But, no, and I agree with you. I agree with you on that. But I do want to point out, Councilman, with the new meters that Mr. Deeb is looking into, one of the things that was mentioned is this would not need to be manually any longer, and we'll be able to get much more accurate billing. I mean, there's a lot of bells and whistles on these new potential meters that residents and the city will be able to clear up a lot of potential glitches like we had in this case.
All right, thanks.
All set?
Yep.
Okay.
David,
Councilwoman, go ahead.
is Highland Park now paying their fair share?
I'm sorry?
Is Highland Park now paying their fair share?
Okay, we had that discussion at the study session, but did you want to state it again, Mr. Mayor, or?
I guess there's a lawsuit.
Yeah, there's a lawsuit, I'm not.
Yeah, so there's a lawsuit, the mayor's not commenting on that. Okay, any other discussion items? Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and take this to a vote. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please.
Council Chair Abdullah,
Yes.
Councilman Baydoun,
Yes.
Councilwoman Breyer,
Yes.
Councilman Constant,
Yes.
Councilman Muscat,
No.
and Councilman Wenzel.
No.
Okay,
4-2.
okay, motion carried. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Next item on the agenda is item 9I. And this is from Library Director McCaffrey, disposal of equipment.
Council Chair.
Councilman Muscat.
9I, excuse me, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council, oh, wait a minute. I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the disposal of following equipment which will be donated to charity, thrown out, or recycled basis on the items in request as outlined in 9A.
Support.
9I.
A lot here.
9I.
9I. There's a lot here to read out, but it's itemized, so.
Sure, as submitted to the city council, as is on the website and in the paperwork we have here, and there's a lot of items, probably about, I don't know, 40, 50, 60 items. Motion made by Councilman Muscat, supported by? Seconded by?
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Nancy Breyer. Any discussions on this?
Council Chair?
Councilman, go ahead.
Quickly, Councilman Baydoun gave a good idea a few meetings back. Can we look at some of this equipment, city-owned equipment, instead of trashing it or scrapping it, to see if it's salvageable, to give to like a STEP program or something like that? Is that something we can look into?
Yeah.
It says that.
So so what they did is they have added this, thank you, Councilman. What they have done in the motion and in the proposal from the administration, they've added that it would be donated to charity, thrown out or recycled based on the item in question. So yes, they will be definitely considering that.
Recycling means looking if it can be repurposed, right? Is that right, Michael?
This would be Mr. McCaffrey. There he is.
You know, I'm teaching my kids about recycling and repurposing, and when Councilman Baydoun made that statement, I thought
Well-
that was a great idea.
Recycling or throwing something out is always the last resort, any of these things, but some of the stuff just really does need to be thrown out. There's some things that are, the quality of it's deteriorated to the point where you really don't want to give it away. So some things on that list, but yeah, some things vary in quality, and yeah, some things can be refinished, some things can be salvaged, and some things can be used by other departments or charities. But I at least want to make sure that we get the capacity to move on some of this stuff, so we can clear up some space, both at the library and in the basement of City Hall.
I think we need to set up some kind of process for this. You know, not just say it's going to be, I mean, the guy is right there. You ever been in our libraries? This guy is a badass, I'll tell you, right there. He is one of the, I mean, his libraries are the best, man.
State of the art.
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
And if he had a process where he could say, hey, I got 5 items here that we probably could donate, we should have have that ability to say, okay, it can be donated or put on a list for someone to look at, or just take it to the STEP program over there. It's just right down the street here.
If you want me to consider a process, let me know, or something.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
You're awesome, Mike. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Councilman.
All right, motion made by Councilman Muscat, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item 9J, Parks and Recreation Director Lawrence L., Budget Amendment, Parks and Recreation, Richard A. Young.
Council Chair.
I'm sorry, if you could just give me 1 second, Councilman. Being that the item that this pertains to has been taken off the agenda, wouldn't we have to take this one off, Corporation Councilor?
Which one?
The 42,000 specifically.
No, I think you could still end up doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, we will still end up doing it, then he's correct on that.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Just do it now, and then we go out for bid again.
Okay, excellent. So go ahead, Parks and Recreation Director Lawrence L., Budget Amendment, Parks and Recreation, and Richard A. Young. Item 9J.
Support.
No, somebody's got to make the motion.
I make the motion.
Okay, go ahead,
That the
Councilwoman.
Dearborn Heights City Council authorize the comptroller to amend the budget as follows, as outlined in 9J.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, supported by Councilman Baydoun. Any discussions on that? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
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 Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item 9K. This is Parks and Recreation Director Lawrence L. Allotments for the Raiders football and District 7 flag football team.
Council Chair,
Councilman Muscat.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council authorize payment to the Youth Sports Parents Association for the Dearborn Heights Raiders football in the amount of $3,050 and the D7 flag football in the amount of $2,075 to be taken out of Parks and Recreation Budget 101-691-887.000 as outlined in 9K.
Support.
Motion made by Councilman Muscat, supported by Councilman Baydoun. Any discussions on this? I will say I did speak with one of the football representatives, and I was very impressed with the fact that they buy equipment with this, make the fields better, et cetera, but most importantly, for those residents that are not able to afford it, the organization uses some of this money to allow, the child to play either for free or at a minimal amount of payments. So thank you very much to that organization for doing that. All right, so let's go ahead and take this to a vote. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item 9L, Planning Commission Chairwoman Zamet, recommendation to rezone 23845 Warren Avenue in Dearborn Heights off of Telegraph, east of Telegraph.
Council Chair.
Councilman Constant.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the zoning district changes to 23845 Warren Avenue to allow the construction of a drive-through window and a second-floor office to enable new businesses to locate within the city of Dearborn Heights as outlined in 9L.
Support. So motion made by Councilman Constant, supported by Councilman Muscat. I do want to say, I drove by the property and I made a call to the building director, and I said, there's no second floor. And he verified with me that there is no second floor. So to me, that part of the motion should probably be, not probably, should be taken out, in my opinion. It started, I guess, at one point, maybe possibly as a second floor, but there's definitely, according to the director, no second floor that will be going on there. So Corporation Counselor, or maybe Madam Clerk, just to make sure, is it okay to go ahead and take that out?
It looks like it says in second floor, and to construct a second floor office.
Right, but there is not going to be a second floor
Oh,
office.
okay.
Now, I do know that Councilman Baydoun has a vested interest in this particular property, and he has, per my conversation with him, recused himself from voting on this. But since he has firsthand knowledge on this particular building, I just want to confirm, is there a second floor
No,
office?
so there will not be any second floor office space going upstairs at all.
Okay. So with that being the case, Councilman Constant, can you amend your motion?
Yes, amended to a drive-through window to enable new businesses to locate within the city of Dearborn Heights as outlined in 9L.
Thank you.
Strike the second floor.
Thank you very much. And then. Support. You support? Okay,
David,
Councilman
I have a
Muscat
question.
supports?
I think she has.
Yes, I'm going to take it for discussion.
I want to wait to hear from Corporation Counsel on this.
Okay, Corporation Counsel?
Only,
Council Chair, I guess I have one concern with respect to this. I see that this is a proposal, but whenever we have a change with respect to zoning, we actually are supposed to have a change in the actual zoning ordinance, and I don't.
I spoke with Building Director today, and he said it didn't, but I thought it did as well.
Yeah,
Because it's changed
it does. It should actually be referred over to me to
To the
prepare or have one of my assistants,
Okay.
considering I have plenty of other things I have to
So
do.
should we change the motion to send this right back to administration for changes?
Yes, to draft the appropriate ordinance.
Okay, Councilman Constant, you want to go ahead and make that change?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council refer to Corporation Council zoning district changes, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
9L.
I thought I understand that.
All right.
So I just want to make sure, you want to repeat it again, Councilman Constant?
Yeah, it's approved.
That's all I
That
heard.
the Dearborn Heights City Council approve that the Dearborn Heights City Council refer to Corporation Council to write the appropriate ordinance to change the zoning district at 23845 Warren Avenue to allow the construction of a drive-through window to enable new businesses to locate in the city of Dearborn Heights as outlined in 9L as amended.
Support. Motion made by Councilman Constant, supported by Councilman Muscat. Any other discussions on this?
How long will this take to do?
Councilman, guys, please ask Councilman, go ahead.
Was this a ZBA issue, or?
It was in
I mean,
front
you
of
had
the
to
planning
rezone the whole area? I don't understand here.
I'm not sure of the specifics in terms of this. I was not at the Planning Commission meeting. Mr. Kaldrakis is covering these. And so I'm not sure of the scope, Councilman. I'm sorry that I can't address that. But I'm sorry, there was a first part of your question. Though.
He's asking, is this rezoning like the whole particular zoned area, or, but according to this, it says specific property to rezone 23845 Warren.
Right. It would strike me that it's considered a conditional rezoning that has to end up being approved by this body. That's one of the powers that you do have and that the Planning Commission doesn't have. But frankly, I would want to end up seeing the backup from the Planning Commission meeting to be able to assess exactly what needs to end up being done. Sorry, I
Okay.
can't be more specific.
Yeah,
No problem.
Council, that's fine. Yeah, that's good.
You all set?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go to Mr. Deeb, and then I'm going to come back to Councilwoman Breyer.
Yeah, so council, this is limited to that one location. This is not to change the zoning ordinance for that entire area. This is that one location to allow for that particular use at that address.
So wouldn't
it's
that go
not-
to ZBA, though?
That's what the recommendation is.
The recommendation is going, okay.
I believe that this was actually a planning commission.
Planning.
So it's a condition, it sounds like it's a conditional rezoning. It's not a ZBA
No.
variance.
Eric. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and bring on our building director, Rick Watland, I'm sorry.
Eric.
And then we'll go to the councilwoman. Go ahead, Rick.
I'm trying, can you hear me?
Yep.
I thought it had to be approved by you guys first before we could rewrite the ordinance.
Well, in essence, that's what's happening. The council is basically accepting the recommendation and referring it to Corp Council to prepare an appropriate ordinance that actually puts the recommendation as approved into effect.
Corporation Council, but then that would change what the motion that was made by Councilman Robert Constant, because he just recommended that we take it back to you. But if, based on your statement right here, we would have to approve it first, and then it would go back to you, correct?
Technically speaking, by referring it over and it being brought back, it essentially does the same thing in the same amount.
That'd be fine, okay.
It's fine doing it this way.
Okay, excellent.
So I just.
Rick, you're all
I just wanted
set?
for
Wait,
clarification.
Councilman, it's just 1 second. Mr. Watland, were you all set?
I'm just sorry, I thought it had to be approved by you guys first.
Okay. Thank you, Rick. Councilwoman Breyer, then Councilman Baidoon.
I'm just wondering, is that the location across from Bellagio?
Correct.
Okay.
Right behind the Stitt Center.
Yeah.
On the Warren Avenue side.
That's what I thought saw. I saw construction.
Wait, one at a time, one at a time.
So my question is, what
Councilman Baidoon, go
Councilman
ahead.
Muscat, what are we doing here? Are you guys approving with the conditions or are you referring it back to the administration? Because
It should be being referred back for the drafting of an appropriate ordinance adopting the recommendation. And then it becomes official at the time that the ordinance ends up being being adopted. And frankly, if there's some pressing need, it can be done on an emergency basis, and I could put that into the ordinance or suggest that that be included.
Thank you.
Would that be the way that okay, so we'll treat it as on an emergency basis.
The
It won't need
construction
two
costs are
readings,
so
it will
going
just
up
come
so
back
fast.
and then be approved.
Any other items?
Would this come
Councilman
back to
Wenzel.
us?
I'm sorry?
Would it come back to us then? Okay, all right,
I didn't hear what he said.
yeah.
he said, will it come back to us?
Oh, yes, it will come back to us, correct. Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Breyer, you're all set?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So let's go ahead and on Councilman, motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Muscat. All in favor, please state aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item...
Council Chair? If you could also make sure that it's noted for the record that Councilman Baidoon was permitted to abstain.
I did.
But as part of the vote, it should be
So
included as well.
I've abstained.
Yeah.
And
Council Secretary
ordinarily,
just asked the same thing.
and
Yes.
ordinarily, it actually should be done, it has to be done unanimously by the council members present to allow a person to abstain, even if they have a pecuniary interest. Technically speaking, everyone is supposed to vote.
Right, that's why I said in the beginning, he's recusing himself from voting.
No, it's not even necessary. I mean, it's a matter of everyone else.
Do you want specifically to abstain?
Well, it's a matter of everyone else consenting to him abstaining.
Oh, I see what you're saying, okay.
Yes.
All right, is everyone here on the council consenting to Councilman Baidoon abstaining from voting on this?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any opposed? Does that suffice?
Yes.
Thank you. Always got to follow the legalese. All right. Motion carried. So next item on the agenda is item 9M, Tax Increment Finance Authority, TIFA, otherwise known as TIFA, Chairman Emery. TIFA Audit Report, June 30th, 2021.
Council Chair,
Councilman Muscat.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council receive note and file the Tax Increment Finance Authority, June 30th, 2021 audit report as outlined in 9M.
Support.
Motion made by Councilman Muscat, supported by Councilman Baydoun. Is there any discussions on this?
Council Chair?
Councilman, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, the Tifa board, they're very under the radar, but they do a lot for our
Yes.
city. I mean, they dig, they get money for certain projects that people don't even realize. And these guys on the Tifa board right now are doing a great job. That's
Put in a lot of hours,
acknowledge that.
absolutely. As a matter of fact, Mr. Emery is here. I thought I seen him. That's one of our TIFA board members, so thank you.
David, I have a comment.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
They put together a really detailed,
Book, yeah.
bounded book. So if anyone needs to see it, I'm sure you can find one that's available. It was very well done.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it, Councilwoman.
Council Chair, and just to, real briefly, the Tifa board is, it's for the low to moderate income areas, so it's not available. They can only do things in certain parts of the city.
Right.
And so it's if someone says, hey, I need some Tifa money done, Taylor, almost the whole city of Taylor's in a Tifa board.
Right.
And so you see all the work up and down Telegraph and Taylor, that's all Tifa money that's taking place. It's not that they can afford it and we can't.
Yep.
Thank you.
They recapture some of the taxes, and you can use it locally for certain projects.
Is that going correct? Correct. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tim. I don't see his face on here, but I know he's on Zoom. So thank you to our TIFA chair, Tim Emery, and his team. All right, let's go ahead and take this to a vote. I'm sorry. Yep, note and file. All in favor? Motion made by Councilman Muscat, supported by Councilman Baydoun. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item 9N. And this is from City Clerk Senior, notice of public hearing for the 2022-2023 corporate fund budget.
Council Chair,
Councilman Muscat.
I may need some help from our Chief of Staff because I think things have changed here, but I'm going to try to get it right if I can. I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council authorize a public hearing for proposed 2022-2023 corporate budget for May 17th of the budget to be scheduled for Tuesday, April 1st, or what, how did we?
April 7th,
Or April 7th, 2022 is outlined in 9M.
that's the deadline.
How did we do that at the beginning of the meeting?
What was April 7th?
So the two things that we are voting on is the public hearing, and then after that would be the adoption of the budget. And the discussion that we had early in the meeting was through our Madam Clerk and our Chief of Staff and ourselves, and what we want is some sort of a gap between the time that the public hearing of the proposed budget happens and a few days before the actual adoption of the budget. And that's when we changed it to Tuesday, May 17th for the public hearing.
Correct.
And then the adoption would still be on May the 24th, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? Thank you, Chief of Staff.
So be it.
Okay. So,
So moved.
motion made by Councilman Muscat, seconded by,
I second.
okay, Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussions on that? Hearing none. I know we had some early discussions at the beginning of the meeting, so we won't have any further ones. Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried. And next items on the agenda is item 11B.
Council Chair?
Just one quick second, Councilman. Motion made on item 11B by Councilman Wenzel, City Council resolution regarding appointees and non-union employees' salary increase. Councilman Wenzel, go ahead.
Thank you. I recommend that the Dearborn Heights City Council adopt a resolution regarding appointees and non-union employees' salary increases, which will return all mayoral appointees and non-union employees' salaries to the amounts they were before April 1st, 2021, until the contract negotiations are finished and settled between the city and the general government employees as outlined in 11B.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Wenzel, supported by
I will support this for discussion, Council Chair.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Wenzel, supported by Councilman Baydoun.
Council Chair?
And before we begin, if you don't mind, Councilman, non-union employees' salaries is obviously clear, but for those in the audience, Mr. Mayor, just at least a brief sentence or two in regards to specifically either examples of appointees, not names, just examples of appointees, so that those in the audience are a little more familiar with it.
Well, I think this one's talking about the deputy directors and all the directors.
Okay, so this will be with the mayor, the deputy director, directors, and other directors of different department heads in the city. Okay, Councilman Wenzel, go ahead. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Council Chair. My voice can be and will be heard. My voice is the voice of the silent minority out there. My voice is for the people, and I'm doing the job that people elected me to do. And I don't want this to get lost in the true meaning of this resolution. The true meaning of this resolution is to expedite the contract talks as fast as possible and not to take away any raises. I mean, if that happens in the end, so be it, but the main purpose is to get this contract settled in a fair way for everyone. And I'll let anybody else want some discussion.
Council Chair.
Councilman Baydoun.
Thank you so much. And, you know, I went through this. I actually had a conversation with the councilman. And, you know, look, I think everybody on here, from the mayor to everybody here on council, to respect to Mr. Wenzel, Councilman Wenzel, everybody wants to see union get their raises. Even if that means, I promise, and I'm not, this isn't for no political thing, if that means I have to give up my commission from what I make here, I will take $1 and give it all to the union wages. And I sincerely mean it, and you can put that on the record. But what I think also needs to happen here, Councilman, is I've also had a conversation with the administration. They said that the city could potentially go into bankrupt. And our jobs here is to be the check and balance. We would not want to see our city go into bankrupt over something that we can't afford. But what I'd also like to know, and if it's okay with you, is that if we can have a study session amongst us so we can break down numbers and understand what it's going to cost and what the city would be facing, whether if it did or it didn't. I mean, they're just breaking down some certain numbers. I was told that it would only cost the city on 1% $24,000 or $35,000. Now, I don't know how truthful that is, but what I want is to know the facts. And if the facts are that it's going to hurt the city in the long run and we can't do it, then we have to understand that what can we do? Because we want to be the voice for everybody over here. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to stand up for you, and even if that means I take $1 for the entire year, I honest to God, I will donate it all to everybody that works for the union, divide it amongst the 62 employees. But I also want to tell you that a study session to understanding so that everybody here knows what's happening. Because us putting this resolution here, it mutes the mayor, and it's unfair to who has been receiving these raises. And I'm sorry, and I'm not saying that it's not unfair that you guys have not received a negotiation or a contract yet. I am not saying that. What I'm saying is, we need to understand exactly what's happening before we go ahead and approve this. And realistically, I don't know what I'm voting on. I can't tell Rick Watland, who is, you know, living for the last year, that these are your raises for the last 1 year, that, hey, you're no longer going to get that. And I'm just using Rick as an example. I can't tell Mariana, that who has set herself up to be living at a base level for the last year, you're not going to get that anymore. I don't know people's livelihoods,
This
and I don't
isn't
know.
about taking their raises away, though.
What is it?
It's not about taking their
No,
raises away.
but it's putting them at a pause.
It might only be for a week.
Council Chair.
Okay.
But what I'm asking this, Council Chair, is I'd love to take this to a study session. I'd love to understand both sides.
So we did have
A closed session. Obviously, we did have
Okay,
a-
go ahead.
yeah.
So I'm gonna let the mayor speak first, and then
you okay
Corporation
with closed
Council, were you
session?
trying to? Okay, let's let, Mr. Mayor, let's let the Corporation Council,
Okay.
if you don't mind, go for it, because he was first. Go ahead, Corporation Council.
Right. There are a couple of issues here. One of them is, and I did send a privileged email to council members and to others with respect to this item and the other item. Basically, part of the difficulty with this is that this resolution, if it were adopted, would essentially violate City Charter Section 4.9A. It's to the mayor to basically determine the amount of the salaries within the budget amounts that this honorable body sets. Now, this body could end up being in a position to change the budgeted amount, but there would have to be great care taken with respect to that, because essentially there's some lack of clarity with regard to what this resolution is intended to actually do. In other words, if it says everyone's supposed to go back down to a certain amount, well, then is there going to be sufficient funds to necessarily cover that if you change the budget amount? In other words, if you're going to reduce the budget amount by 20%, you still might not have enough pay. And it's hard for me to explain exactly what I mean by that. It just basically comes down to, if you reduce it by a budget amount as opposed to a salary amount, and the mayor makes the changes in the salary, you're not going to necessarily have enough money to pay the person the salary because they've already gone through so much of the budgeted amount. The important thing here, though, is that this is not the way it's supposed to be done. It's supposed to be done through the budget being set by this honorable body, the mayor then selecting affixing the compensation for those people who are appointed through him. Even if you would do it indirectly, though, through a budget amendment, I think, without going into too much, and I need to be careful about what I say, but we are having problems retaining people who are high expertise. And basically throwing their kind of salaries into kind of chaos based on something along these lines, at least in my mind, and this is not a legal comment, it's more of a business-wise comment. This is likely to cause disruptions and could end up causing great difficulties being able to recruit high expertise, qualified people, and being able to retain them, because they might just say, we're not going to stay around. We think there's too much instability working for the city of Dearborn Heights. And I think that's about all I'm going to end up saying on that point. And I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and also on top of that, so a lot of the directors that we have right now are appointed just after, some of them, most of them, are after when we actually approved the budget. We've posted few positions for directors in the last few months. And even with the salary we currently have right now on deck, we had a hard time recruiting people. Some people, actually, I don't want to mention names, but they, because of the passion that we show, especially, I can tell you, a few directors said that to me, because the passion that I see in you for the city, I'll take the hit, I'll take the pay cut, and I'll take this position. So, and also on top of it, a lot of the directors that we have right now on hand, a lot of them are well overqualified for these positions. And if it wasn't for the directors that we have currently, or even the comptroller, we wouldn't know some of the problems that we had, in the past for the last few years. I know a few council members, and I can vouch for, actually, I can say for Councilman Muscat. He actually came in one day, and we sat with him, spent probably close to an hour going through the budget, some of the issues that he's been talking about for the last probably 10 years, and actually validated some of his concerns. And I tell you, for 10 years, I remember him talking, when I was on council, some of the issues that he's brought up that I thought, he could tell you, I thought he was crazy for the stuff that he was bringing up. And guess what? It was validated by Mr. Sabura when he actually presented that stuff to him. It validated every concern that he had. So if I didn't have the directors that I have right now, none of these issues came to light. Some of the stuff that we inherited in my administration, some stuff they had deferred payments. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mariana. Was it over $2 million or something? How much was that?
Last year, we had $900,000 in just Social Security deferments, and I can't recall there was another item as well.
Yeah, so there was over over $1 million something, probably close to $1.5 million of deferred payments that nobody knew about, that my administration and my current staff found out about it. And guess what? They came knocking on our door. They wanted this information, not including some of the issues we had with the state, with financial, some of the stuff that was submitted. So my current administration is working. I expect a lot out of them, and they're putting a lot of hours. So for this, actually, this resolution, somebody's just trying to discredit, some of my administrators and also trying to destabilize our city. And that's some of the stuff, yeah, you can boo all you want, but I can tell you, nobody complained in the past, when the city, even most of you council members told me some of the previous people that worked at the city operating their own business, where they should have been being directors. I know Councilman Wenzel brought that up to me before. Muscat brought it to me before. And there's a couple other council members that are not currently with us. They also brought it. Okay, my directors, they work long hours. I know they come on the weekends. Mrs. Sabuda was here over the weekends, 7 days a week. Again, this here is ridiculous to even put this resolution
Council
in.
Chair.
I can't even get the right people, and I can't even get the right people to even take the pay that we currently have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman, go ahead.
Once again, we don't want to deflect what I'm saying here. I've never said anything bad about any mayoral appointee. I never said they didn't deserve the money. I mean, we're getting off track by going there. What I'm saying is, let's get this contract negotiated. Back when it was recommended to City Council to give these raises, which I approved back, in April, I approved these raises. But had I been told that if I approve these raises, it's going to put the city on the doorstep of bankruptcy, I wouldn't have approved them. That's an honest fact. If anyone here says they would do otherwise, they're lying, because if any council member here was told that approving these raises would put the city on the step of bankruptcy, I'm hoping not one of you would have approved them. And let's not get off the subject of how good these people are. They're great people. They deserve it. But let's see, you know what? I have 62 union members working for the city of Dearborn Heights that deserve it also.
Okay. Thank you. So I tell you for myself, I've said this many times before, and I will repeat it again. I'm all for people getting paid fair wages, or even better than that, as I do it in my own personal business, above fair wages. I have no problem with that. I'm all for administration negotiating as fairly as they could within the budgets and the dollars that they've got available to them to be able to negotiate, and for everybody to get fair pay and above. And I know throughout, they all the people in the union do a great job. I fully support the unions in all they do. At the same time, I want to make it clear, we cannot, two things that I don't like about this particular resolution. Number one, don't tie one to the other. We pay directors and we pay them, honestly, I don't think that great. Now, that I could reference because we are the ones that vote on that to approve it or not approve it. So that's something we do kind of sort of with negotiations with the proposals from the administration, and we approve it or don't approve it. So we are involved in those negotiations. And I can tell you, looking at the numbers that other directors get paid in other cities, we are not definitely at the top level. We are, if anything, maybe fair. Right. With that being the case, let's not use them as hostages for somebody else to get paid fairly. I don't think that's right.
I'm just talking about raises.
I'm sorry?
Raises here, raises there.
Right,
It is fair to compare.
but I'm just saying.
It's very fair to compare.
Right, but the only thing I want to keep clear, Councilman, is we as a body, as a council, we vote on the directors. As far as the unions are concerned, which I'm all in support of, but I've not been in any of the negotiations, and it's not a part of my responsibility or any of our responsibilities to be a part of those negotiations. With that being the case, you got to leave it to the administration and the unions to do the negotiations. Negotiations cannot happen here at the council meetings.
I agree.
And we've all said to the mayor and administration, and of course I'll let you speak. We've all said to them, negotiate as fairly as you can within the numbers that you've got. Now, I'm being a little vague because I cannot go divulge, some stuff that maybe cannot be divulged in public per the administration. So I'm intentionally not being super clear on specific numbers, but also staying within my lane. And my lane is whatever they agree on between the administration and the unions, they bring it to us. I can tell you right now, I've said it publicly. They bring to us that they're going to give them a raise. I'm going to approve it personally. I'm speaking on my behalf. But let's not take other directors where we have some challenges in the city. And let's not take these directors and warn them that unless we negotiate with the unions the right amount, I'm going to lower your pay. That, to me, if I'm a director, I'd have a hard time working in the city, honestly. And the last thing we want with some of the turnover that we've had in certain departments within the city is to have additional turnover on directors. Because when you do, everyone in the city gets hurt. Now, I've seen the DPW workers out there. And I can tell you, my full support to these guys and gals. Honor to them like no tomorrow. Because I've seen them firsthand, including where at one time I was driving on Evangeline, coming from a meeting with the mayor and the new police chief, and they were there working. And these guys are sweating right under the sun, working hard. So that's why I'm in full support of paying them well. But let's not hold administration or the directors hostages for them getting paid. Let's just focus on them getting paid well and fairly. Corporation Councilor.
Yeah, and that's one thing I wanted to make sure that I say again with respect to, this has to be done in the context of negotiations. I mean, there's a certain level of this being designed to actually give a leg up in the negotiations. That's what this appears to be designed to do. That, frankly, is not something that makes sense from a negotiating standpoint with another party. In terms of issues having to do with the money, I think having like a study session that's informational to a certain degree would make sense, as Councilman Baydoun is saying, but probably should be started off with a closed session with members of, or at least one representative of the negotiating team, like the HR director, to kind of make sure that certain information that has to do with strategy is not potentially released and as part of that study session, just to be careful about it. But so that's basically the point. Point is one, we need to be careful, or you need to be careful as a body not to negotiate against the city or to take actions that impair the city's position. Two, you need to potentially get more information, but before you release any information, the information you receive should be had in a closed session. And then three, after you're given some of the parameters, then you could potentially have more of a study session to talk about maybe more informationally for the rest of the public and everything, what some of these changes would mean, so the public could potentially have input and say, well, for example, boy, they should get paid more, or gee, maybe the benefits need to be looked at because I don't get something like that, for example. So.
Okay. I just want to ask, and don't vote on this. We're not going to vote on this, obviously. Anybody here on the council that is not in favor of...
What do you mean we're not going to vote on it?
No, not on this, on what I'm saying. Not voting on what I'm saying. Anybody here on the council sitting here that is not in favor of the union and the administration going back to the table, sitting down, negotiation, favorable terms, whatever they have to negotiate, equitable to everybody involved. Anybody here against it? Obviously not.
No.
Okay? So I'm just asking administration to please go back to the table, sit down with the union. I'm asking the union to go back to the table, sit down. I know we've had the argument back and forth whether somebody walked out or not. Let's let the bygones be bygones. Let's let the history be history. If I could get people to just commit to sitting down at the table and start negotiations again. We did have a closed session already on this.
Yes.
We did have a closed, I just want to finish
I was there.
this.
I'm in.
1 second, yeah, we did have it, we can't discuss what was discussed, but we did have a closed session on this, and I can't say what was said because some of these things are obviously in a closed session. But there's more to the process and more details involved that we as council members cannot say. So that's why I asked the union members to go back to the table, sit down with the administration, and let's get this thing off of the table, because I know they're frustrated, administration is frustrated, we're frustrated. Councilman, go ahead.
Council Chair, all I'm asking is for, and I know we've had this conversation, everybody here knows this, and what is being told is we can't afford it, right? All I'm saying is a presentation, this is what would happen, this is how much would be spent. I'm not asking for numbers, but if for a hypothetical number of, say, 5% to every employee with X amount of dollars, this is why the city couldn't afford it.
Council Chair, if I may though, remember, all of these factors are things that change. Whenever you change one item, you're potentially changing another item that you might not even cost.
I'm asking for a study session on that.
Yep, but I would recommend that that be in a closed session so that you look at every different item and say, well, if we change this, then how does that affect this? And then also potentially say, what about some of these other alternatives? That might be a better way to do it, because otherwise you're going to be speaking about things that potentially reflect where you're coming from a negotiating standpoint, what will potentially be acceptable to you, and frankly, that's not good negotiations. That's why I'm recommending that it be done in a closed session, at least to know what the parameters are.
Okay, so I'm going to be okay with setting a closed session on this.
Yeah,
Just question, and this may be a crazy question. I presume I'm correct in that a union member cannot be obviously a part of that, correct?
No, they cannot.
Then no.
That's what I figured.
No,
Okay.
no.
How do we go about then, and I don't want to get involved in negotiations because that is not our job. I want to stay within our lane, as a charter allows us as a body. How do we go about though, because I want to at least hear them out. How do we go about hearing them out, or is that against the negotiation?
That potentially is going to get you into a real problem, because hearing them out, commenting on what they say, all of these things could be then looked at as part of negotiating. That has to be done through your negotiating team.
Then let me
Have both
ask
of
it-
the
let me-
teams in the
I'm sorry,
closed
Councilman,
meeting.
please.
Come on,
we're going to follow protocols. Just one last question. Then, and this may sound silly, who's going to be able to relay to us their detailed concerns? Can somebody from administration relay them to us?
Yeah, right.
My sense would be...
Okay, we can't have comments like this,
My
Councilman.
sense would be to discuss that issue more in a closed session with, for example, Ms. Hazlett, who would be able to
She's part of the
explain-
negotiating team.
Of course, but then she will end up...
Let's get the
giving
union
you-
negotiating team there too. This has been ridiculous.
Keep it through the
It's
council
all
chair, please.
one-sided here.
Councilman, let's keep it between the council chair. Go ahead.
No, that's the way it should end up being done in order to make sure that you are not overstepping,
Our
out of
boundaries.
your lane, and also to make sure that she's going to be providing you with information that's consistent.
Okay, we did have a closed session. Would this be something new that she'd be divulging to us? We did have one, obviously.
I don't know that there's been any updates.
That's my concern, because since that's what I'm saying, since the, and I'm gonna put it in quotes, the walkout, because there's been debates whether it happened or didn't happen. It doesn't matter at this point. But since that date that they met, at least, there's been nothing new that's happened. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
I'm sorry.
Has anything new happened since that one date when you last met?
Can't say.
No, just not the details. If you start negotiations again.
Well, there's something new every day that we're catching, Council Chair. As I mentioned earlier with my directors, we're deep diving everything within a city.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor and Council, but here's part of the problem. If he starts revealing stuff, then he's going to put...
No, I don't want
and I
revealed.
don't know what he's going to say.
Okay.
So that's part of the problem.
Okay, then let's do another closed session. We'll do another closed session. Councilman, go ahead. Wait, the councilman had a question. Wait one second.
Listen, a closed session with just one side there is stupid. If you're gonna debate something, have both sides there. The closed session is one side, that person can say anything they want about the other person, and they can't defend themselves. Let's just forget about the closed session, let's have an open session.
Well, here's part of the problem, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but here's the difficulty. You have a fiduciary duty as officers, elected officers of the city to the city, all right? You are not acting as some sort of fact finders deciding whether or not something should end up happening. So that fiduciary duty needs to be taken into account and respected. And then after you get further information from your experts.
From one side.
Wait, Councilman,
Perhaps from one side, but that one side is the side that you're associated with. It would be like if I sat there as an attorney, I have a side that I'm supposed to end up representing. It's considered unethical for me to go speak to the other side, all right, when they're represented. There are channels that are required to go through. You potentially start committing unfair labor practices if you start negotiating, and you also potentially violate confidentiality obligations that you have.
Okay, Councilman Baidoon.
My question still remains the same. First question is, how do we have a study session to the public where we're just giving informative information? This is why we can't do this and why we can't go. If we gave 2%, this is what it would do to the city. If we gave 0.5% and why we're offering, this is why we're able to afford it. Can we give any type of presentation?
My recommendation is first to clarify that through the HR director, and then she can end up telling you if we change these things, how that might affect things. Just informationally, I don't see that second part of it being a problem. I don't know if it would bear on specific proposals, and that's what becomes the issue. That's what becomes difficult. If it bears on specific proposals, then we start to potentially have a problem in terms of talking about what strategy is and divulging strategy. That's where I have the problem.
Thank you. Councilman Wenzel, did you have another question, or were you all set?
I just have one statement. Coming up with reasons why we can't. That's all we're hearing. We want to find out reasons why we can't. How about coming up with some reason why we can? Let's dig down. The mayor says we're digging deep. Let's dig down deep. Let's find something. We got a big budget, over $50 million budget, and there's got to be some money in there someplace that's being misspent or redundantly spent or something. There's got to be. Let's do it. Let's not waste our time. We can't do it because of this. We can't do it because of that. Let's try to waste our time or start using our time saying that maybe this is how we can do it. Let's be fair. We're not being fair at all. Everybody's saying be fair. That's bullcrap. This is not being fair at all. It's completely one-sided. It's all why we can't do it.
Okay. The only thing I'd like to add, and this is for Corporation Councilor's comment, we do have a fiduciary duty to our city, and I fully understand that, and that's precisely why I don't want to do negotiations here, because I can't allow it, obviously, because we're breaking what we are allowed to do. So I'm not going to allow it in here, but I do want to add that although we represent the city, if we have happy employees, we're also representing the city, because then you will have better customer service, you'll have less potential toxicity, and you'll have better morale with the employees. Therefore, the residents will get better customer service, and us as a city as a whole will thrive. And I know that that's what the administration wants. Thank you. Any other comments on this? Okay, let's go ahead and take this to, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I want to know, are we able to take this to a study session? That's all I'm asking.
So that a study, it will not be a study session. From what I understood, it's going to be a closed session. A closed session.
No, he said you can do a study session.
Say you have a closed session, discuss the possibility of having a study session, and then maybe have a study session after that, after you go into the closed session and know what parameters you would be able to discuss.
Okay, but I want to clarify something though. Even if we have a closed session, and even if we have a study session, all that's doing is that's just going to keep delaying things, because we are not a part of the negotiations anyways. So therefore, yes, we're getting information as a council body, but we're not making a decision as of yet, because the only time as a council body we can make a decision is when the administration and the unions have come to an agreement. They bring the contract to us, we either approve it or deny it.
I understand that.
But before that happens, if we start doing, even if we did 3 closed sessions, 14 study sessions, and delayed this thing hypothetically for 90 days, all that's doing is that's delaying the unions from potentially completing negotiations for another 90 days. And all we've done is, we as a council body have become more informed, but that's it. We still can't vote or say, give them $10 or give them $100 or give them $1,000.
I understand, Councilman, but me as a councilman, I also want to know on these voting, can this, and I hate this, like, I never wanted to get involved in this, because like you said, this is not my job. But unfortunately, it's been brought to our attention one too many times. So what I'm saying is, even if it's another closed session, I went into that last closed session, now I know a lot more information. And maybe the administration knows a lot more information. Maybe, you know what, they can't even afford that anymore. We don't know, they could be either side.
I will schedule a closed session, I have no problem. I'm just saying, we could have 4,000 sessions.
I understand, and they have to come to an agreement regardless between them two.
Yeah, no matter, so if we have okay, watch this, I'm the council chair. So I make a decision today on, March the 22nd, I'm gonna have a study session every single day, or one day study session, the next day closed session, one day study session, next day closed session.
Doesn't change anything.
Until the end of the year, nothing can be changed until administration and the unions come to an agreement, and then I could vote on it. So between now and the next year and a half of study sessions, I still can't make a decision.
Councilman, I understand that, but
My concern is delaying the inevitable. All I'm asking, let's push for them sitting down at the table and start negotiations again, while we still continue to push what we feel needs to be done.
How do you push?
We're trying to push, and we're getting turned down.
Okay.
Yeah. Council Chair, one question now. There's a motion on the table for this resolution,
Correct,
right?
and we're gonna vote on that.
And we're gonna vote on it. Now, when it's passed, can we also have a study session scheduled for next Tuesday? We have a meeting next Tuesday, a special meeting.
I don't know if it's a study session, it's gonna be a closed session.
It's a closed session?
No. What was recommended by our corporation council.
I mean, next Tuesday, we're having a special meeting.
We have a study session.
A study session, yeah, study session. Now, can we have a study session? Can we have a closed session? Closed study session next Tuesday also?
A closed session? I'll have to check with the clerk. Madam Clerk, can you call me tomorrow morning? We'll make sure, see what we can set up. I will go ahead and set up a closed session.
Yeah, okay.
I will go ahead and do that. I just don't have my schedule directly in front of me, and I can't do it in the middle of this. But I will go ahead and set up a closed session. From the closed session, per our corporation counselor, would we have that closed session? If it is determined between everybody involved that we're going to do a study session out in the open, I have no problem setting that one up also.
Exactly, thank you, yeah, thank you.
Okay? So that being the case, we're going to go ahead and take this thing to a vote. Any other important comments? Seeing none? Our junior mayor, any comments? Nothing? Okay, good. All right. So we'll go ahead and, we need that to break the ice a little bit. All right, so we'll go ahead, this is from Councilman Wenzel, City Council resolution regarding appointees and non-employees salary increase. The motion was made by Councilman Wenzel, seconded by Councilman Baydoun. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Okay. Those opposed? No. Madam Clerk?
Council Chair Abdallah,
No.
Councilman Baydoun,
No.
Councilwoman Breyer.
I abstain because I don't know what's happening to the people that were hired in the last year.
You can't abstain.
I don't think you can.
I can't abstain. No.
Councilman Constant,
No.
Councilman Muscat,
No.
and Councilman Wenzel.
Yes.
Motion failed.
Okay. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is new business. This is business license renewals, item 13A.
Council Chair,
Councilman, go ahead.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council renew the business licenses for Automania LLC located at 22120 Van Born, Carreras Cucina Italiana located at 6565 North Telegraph, and Denny's Gin Mill located at 4901 South Telegraph as outlined in 13A.
Support.
Motion made by Councilman Constant, supported by Councilman Baydoun. Any discussions on that? Okay. All in favor, state aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Just a quick one sentence. Even though it was voted no, Councilman Wenzel, even though it was voted no, the message was sent.
Did we, Did we set up, are you going to set up?
I will,
Okay.
the clerk and I will speak tomorrow morning. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry. We'll speak tomorrow morning, and I'll go ahead and set up a study session, I'm sorry, a closed session, and then from there, if approved by everybody involved in that meeting, or most of us involved in that meeting, and it can legally be done, we'll go ahead and set up a study session. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next and last item on the agenda is members of the public. Let's go ahead and start first with comments from council members. Any comments from council
I
members?
have announcements, so.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
All right, I just have a couple announcements here, and one comment. Let's go with the comment, it's the easiest part. Last Saturday, we had a very nice presentation done for women in leadership, and I don't know if Rachel's still here, the other people that put that on. I know Grandma Susan was there, Kim was there, and it was very well done, and I just want to acknowledge that it was a great thing for them to do. Now to the announcements. Tomorrow night, anybody who's still with us, possibly you could attend the 6 o'clock meeting of the Ecorse Creek Commission. We'll update you on what we know and what's been happening, and I have two people in the audience I hope will be present, maybe Ali and Mariana. So if you can come to 3335 South Beach daily, 6 p.m., we'll update you on what we're doing on the Ecorse Creek Commission. And then on Thursday, we have the South Dearborn Heights Civic Association at 7 o'clock at that same location, and that is going to be, our speaker will be the building department. So bring questions, and we'll talk about that then. Now, next month's meeting for the South Dearborn Heights Civic Association will have the ordinance department. So just keep that in mind. It's always the fourth Thursday of the month at 7 p.m., 3335 South Beach Daily. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I have a quick announcement. I see here in the audience, and I have to recognize him, Mr. Rashid Beydoun. For those of you that don't know, this young man I've seen firsthand. Stand up, Rashid. This young man, he also happens to be the brother of Moby Doon. But this young man does so much for the students at multiple schools, and I hear so much from the teachers, from the students, and I even seen firsthand a couple of his plays. I remember the one that I did see, I thought it was like a Las Vegas show. It was, because I've never been to a high school play that was at that level. It was actually at the Access Dinner, if you remember. What was that called, that particular play or whatever, or musical? The Greatest Show on Earth. Is that what you said?
Showman. I think you said showman.
The Greatest Showman. Okay. And I can tell you guys, sitting in the audience, I mean, I thought it was going to be, students. So I thought, okay, it'd be high school level. It blew me away. So thank you for being here. Great job for all you do. Councilman Muscat.
Just a comment. As I sit here the last 6 years up here, this is not an easy job. You get people tugging at you, one side, down the other side. I want this, I want that, don't do this, don't do that. And you have a whole city to think about. I mean, an entire city. Not just one group of people or one person, but the entire city. And we have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers of this city. And it's not an easy job. If y'all think it's easy, y'all need to run for this position and do it, because it's not easy. You get all sorts of people that complain about some of the silliest things, like I have a dirty garbage can. I want a new garbage can. Get phone calls like this all the time. My neighbor's making a lot of noise. Can you call the police for me? It drives you crazy. It gets to the point where someone who is really involved, really cares about the city, because it's my city. I live here. I want it to succeed. And I know I'm not perfect. Nobody is perfect. But we go round and round and round and discuss the same things for hours at a time. We have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers of this city. And it's not an easy job to do. We made a decision today on Warren Valley. It just ripped my guts out. Okay? It's ripping my guts out on this last item that we're talking about, negotiating. Ripping my guts out. Y'all don't know how I feel. And I just want you to guys know that it's not easy to make a decision like that. So that's what I have to say today. And please, Mr. Mayor, do what you can. And a follow-up on, I'd like to know when you call DTE about those poles, because I'm going to buy a chainsaw myself. I'm going to get rid of those things one way or the other, okay?
Thank you, Councilman. I could say firsthand, having had many conversations and one-on-ones with Councilman Muscat, this young man here puts his heart and soul into this. And I know exactly what he's referencing in the difficulties of being pulled one way or the other. But thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, sir.
Next
I'm
up.
not a young man, by the way.
Huh? Yeah.
Far cry from young.
Councilman Bedun.
You're blind. Thank you so much, Councilman. And just a couple of things here. For those who are at home, I know I've been speaking with Eric. If anybody wants to apply for a temporary mobilized food truck license, they have, I believe the deadline is until
24th, I believe.
March
Well, the
24th?
24th is like Thursday.
Right. Yeah, so Thursday. Secondly, well, he's walking out, but Mr. Imo Alzia with the Amity Foundation is walking out beside my brother Rashid.
Amity Foundation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not
What did I say?
Yemeni.
I didn't say Amity. I said Amity
Okay.
Foundation. Well, thank you to them who do a lot of work here in the city of Dearborn Heights. Thank you to my brother Rashid
Thank
for
you,
coming to my
Imo.
first meeting. Also, there's going to be a festival happening at Elite Sports. I believe there's going to be some nice bistro lights. There's going to be a bunch of vendors. It's going to happen during the hours of suhoor during the month of Ramadan at Mike Mackey's facility, who I believe this will be the second year he's going to be doing this. So if you guys want to take out your families who are going to be celebrating Ramadan and going on through the journey of Ramadan, hopefully you guys will join Mr. Mackey and his family over there with those vendors and supporting them. It's going to be a real nice, quiet, no music from what I was told by Mr. Mackey. Just some nice lighting, some vendors eat and go home. I know I seen the mayor and his wife last year there.
I just want to add something on that. Those events are for everybody.
Yeah.
So for those that like good food, you don't have to be fasting, you don't have to be Muslim. I'm telling you, it's great food over there. It's for everybody.
And it's 7 days a week. Come on out whenever you'd like. I'd also ask for the administration to allow some of our police officers to kind of assist. I know it'd be hard, but maybe we can get Officer Hart to speak out on that, and maybe he can help us on that. I know last year that, Mike requested it. I don't know if we had enough time on that, but I would like to see some officer presence there, just for the safety of our residents.
Mr. Baydoun, thank you for that, to remind about the food trucks. But if this old man can stay up after 11 o'clock, I'll be there.
Well, I'm going to hold you to it.
Yeah, I got it, I'm an old man, bedtime is 9:30, 10 o'clock for me.
Yeah, but doesn't it go before 11 at sundown?
What are you talking? It goes from 11 a.m. to about 4 a.m.
Oh, 11 a.m.
Yeah,
11
so.
p.m.
No,
Yeah, you basically can't eat from like 4.
Or drink.
Yeah, 4, or drink or anything else, almost nothing. From 4:15 a.m. roughly to about 8 p.m.
Okay, I thought it was 8 p.m.
Yeah.
I thought it was at.
And then from 8 p.m. until 4 a.m.
After you break
you
your
can
fast,
eat.
nobody's really trying to run to go to the, eat again.
Yeah.
Okay,
So you tend to kind of eat between the hours of, after you break your fast from 11 to about 4. And you don't really eat from 11 to 4 the entire time, but
Right.
get yourself a nice hot dog.
Yep.
Also to, Councilman, Mr. Wenzel, I appreciate you in putting this forward, and I want you to know, everybody on here wants the same alternative at the end of the day, and I believe even the administration, even the mayor, look, I walked through the mayor today while leaving City Hall, and he said, Mo, I'm going to figure out a solution, but I think we also need to give him, that little bit of leeway, like, hey, you know what, you said you're going to find that solution. You were elected by the people. We know you're going to find that solution, whatever it takes. At the end of the day, they need a contract. They're not happy with their contract, and hopefully we can find the solution that, me and you spoke about today. And that's about it, Councilor Chair. Oh, and I believe one last thing is just Dana over here. She admitted to me privately that she actually likes me more than Councilman Dave Abdullah, even though he likes Dana more than myself. Thank you. It was told privately. It's okay. No
All
hard
right.
feelings, Councilor.
No problem. I'm good. I'd also like to recognize in the audience George from our clerk's office. So George, good job. Okay, any other announcements from council members?
Can I?
So let's go
do you
ahead.
want me to
I
do
just want to make sure we're done with council members. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
I got one.
Okay, Councilman Wenzel, go ahead.
First of all, I want to comment on the closed session. I think that's a waste of time because we're just getting one side of everything. We're having, if the last closed session we had, all the negotiators, or two or three of the negotiators from the city side there at our last closed session. And I can't see why we can't have negotiators from the other side in a closed session. I don't understand why not.
Because then it becomes negotiations. When you have all parties
Well,
there,
yeah,
it becomes
fine.
negotiation. But I know, but we're not a party to these negotiations. That's
Well,
not,
who says we can't be part of the
but
negotiations?
that's not the
I mean,
structure of the city.
I know, well, that's just not, it's not a written law. I mean, our job, the negotiators work for me, they work for us here. If we have an opinion on what we think they should offer, or we've got an opinion on what we think is fair, we can give it to them. And that's not negotiating. That's telling the people that work for us what we want them to do. Okay, and I think a closed session is just going to be all the reasons why we can't afford it. And I mean, I probably won't even come. You know, I mean, if I don't have both parties represented there, it's useless. And then on a brighter note, the Dearborn Heights Dads Club is starting their baseball registration right now for ages, I believe, from 3 years old to 16 or 18. You can register right now every day at the Richard A. Young Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
I just want to add to Councilman Baydoun's recognition, I think, or Councilwoman Breyer's, about our Community and Cultural Relations Commission, all of our commissions actually in the city. Thank you to the volunteers that step forward and do the work that they do for the love of the city. The event on Saturday was awesome. It was well prepared. It was classy, and thank you to Councilman Baydoun and Bilal Hamoud for being awesome MCs. I guess you did really good. It was your calling. So thank you for everyone that was there, and the food was outstanding.
It was full.
What's that?
I mean, full audience. Honestly, I'm going to
Yes.
tell you honestly, I didn't expect that many people there.
No, it was.
And that many elected officials there either.
I always wanted to be a commentator growing up,
Yeah.
like a news anchor.
You still have time.
You never know.
Okay, the other one was Councilman Baydoun, that's why I said him earlier, about getting your information in for the food truck tent cart approvals, so that we can get it in a timely manner to
By
the
Thursday?
council beforehand. We have it for the 30th? I
So-
mean, the special meeting we have scheduled
Correct.
for the 30th to approve those so that we can get those business license out to those that have applied.
So for those that want to apply, you got to apply ASAP, maximum Thursday, then it goes back in front of our council body to approve the applications on Wednesday.
Correct, correct. So just a reminder, get those in, don't wait till the last minute. And then one last thing, well, two more things, real quick. You guys do have a very difficult job, okay? And I commend you for being up here and for putting yourself out there and trying to do what's best for our city. I worked with these people, everybody at City Hall on a daily basis. We interact with pretty much every department. I do want to acknowledge today one of our employees in our comptroller's office, Tamara Watt. She is by far the best payroll clerk I have ever worked with. She sent out an email. I don't know if you know, we do have temporary employees that work the elections that are on our payroll. But she has sent out most recently an email to me, hey, these employees, 10 employers or whatever, have not worked in the city. Do you want me, I think it's in best practice to remove them from our payroll. I've never seen that before. So I want to commend Tamara for the fine work that she's doing for our city. Thank you.
Thank you,
Union
Madam
employee.
Clerk. And your department is doing a great job, as always. Any other announcements
Council
from
Chair.
any
Public official.
Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, I also want to commend the Culture Committee they did an outstanding job on Saturday. It was a full house. We got a lot of elected officials that came in, both Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib and also Attorney General showed up. So
Yes.
that was amazing.
Correct.
Thank you, Leslie, she's here. Also, I want to also commend our Police Chief Hart. Actually, he was heading back to the station. I heard that from one of the residents. Actually, the resident called me. He said the chief actually stopped and started talking to the resident, and And the resident was really impressed that the chief of police actually came in and started chatting with him and his family. So that was amazing. That's good to get that, on that level. Also, Studio B, a quick update, just to let you know, the person that was the contractor doing the Studio B passed away a couple days ago. So we're trying to see what we can do to get things done.
Condolences to his family.
Yeah, thank you.
My condolences to the family.
Thank you. And so we had a vehicle in, actually off of Rouge River. I don't know if you guys heard about that, but I want to commend the fire department. And also Lieutenant Gary Spitz, I hope I pronounced his name correctly, it's S-P-I-S-Z. He actually went down to make sure there was nobody in the vehicle. So he came down the ladder, so he put his life on the line for us again. And he was one of the firefighters that actually during COVID, he donated wood and he built him and his team, but he donated the wood for a wheelchair ramp for one of the senior citizens that actually that weekend was bound to a wheelchair, and he took the initiative to, out of his own pocket, build a ramp. And I feel sorry for the young man back there. I don't think he's going to go in government anymore after this long meeting.
So I'd also, since you brought that up, Mr. Mayor, I got multiple calls from that Rouge River situation, just commending our officers and firemen. I guess, a lot of people were driving by, and I got multiple calls asking me what's going on. So I don't know, I'm a council president. I'm not involved with those types of operations directly, but just commending our police officers and our firemen in their passion for trying to save lives, without getting into the details of that particular situation, but just their passion for trying to save lives. I got, I think, about 5 or 7 calls within an hour on that, asking me what's going on, and I didn't know until find out later. So I thank our whole police department and our whole fire department for all they do. Thank you. Any other members of the administration? Do you have something? Come on up. Action Jackson, go ahead.
You're going to have nicknames for everybody, not just me, right? A couple of things I'd like to tell you about. A week and a half ago, we were at the MParks Conference for the state, which is put on by the Michigan Recreation and Parks Association, myself and my deputy, Katie. A couple of important things really happened there. Number one, she got her national certification. So she is now a CPRP, which is a certified professional, or certified Parks and Recreation professional. I am and have been for years. So I'm very happy to say that we have a Parks and Rec department that both of us are nationally certified, and both have our master's degree. But the other most important thing that happened is I attended a lot of DNR conference sessions, and I got to meet our state representative for our city. And I got the news today, which I didn't expect until the end of the summer. Our master plan has been approved.
Oh, good.
Yes. So I wanted to save that and let everybody know. I really think there's a lot to being said about going to the conferences, meeting these people, and spending time with them, because I got to convey to her how important our community is, how long it's been since we've had grants awarded to us, and she was wonderful to talk to. She's actually a new representative for our area, although she's been a representative for other areas. She's ours now. So I was very excited and happy to get that email. The other thing I'd like to remind everybody about is April 9th, we have our Easter marshmallow drop at the Canfield Community Center from 12 to 3. We've got a lot of additional free family activities going on that day, so hopefully you guys can make it out and see everybody enjoy the Easter Bunny, everybody running around finding marshmallows, getting prizes, and it is co-sponsored by Target. They're going to have little gifts for the kids, and we've got a little show for the kids, so it's going to be a fun and exciting day, so I can't wait.
Real quick, Director Lawrence L. Was this for the helicopter thing that you had that one time?
Yes.
Is it going to be there again?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he's going to drop marshmallows this time instead of candy.
You know how many people called me and said, hey, there's a helicopter circling around my house? I said, yeah, you're probably in trouble, but I knew what was going on.
Yeah,
I
that's
can't wait for
us.
those calls
New,
again.
new and different, wonderful community events, and that's, what we're focusing on. People were bringing up the event on Saturday. I cannot tell you how many positive comments I got about us really bringing the community together with our community events, so.
You're doing a great job, I
It's
swear.
been
I mean,
amazing.
Good job.
And
So-
thank you for bringing diverse entertainment to the Spirit Festival. Good job.
Oh, did you hear that?
Well, I looked it up.
It's actually going to be really, really nice, so I'm excited about that. We've got a packed summer full of all different kinds of things. It's just going to be exciting. I can't wait for summer to get here.
I got a quick question for you, and I'm only asking for myself. Maybe, who knows, maybe on my son's one-year birthday, but what is something like that with the helicopter coming around? What does that usually cost?
I can't divulge
She borrowed it
my,
from Emo
prices,
back
but I
there.
can tell you later.
Did you borrow the helicopter?
From Emo,
I
yeah.
did not,
Thank you,
but
Emo.
they do a lot of times give us special deals, so, I don't want to tell the whole public what we get, because
Thank you.
they might not necessarily give that to them.
All right. Okay,
Yeah.
you'll talk to them for me if I ever want to use them.
Are you looking to rent one?
I might fly it.
Okay.
Emo's got one.
Yo, Emo's got one for sure.
Thank you. Any other comments from administration? All right. Oh,
There you go.
we got our radio announcer, Mike McCaffrey, otherwise known as the library director.
Hello, Council Chair and Mayor. First off, join us Tuesday, April 12th at 7 p.m. at Carrollton County Library as we do a recycled book craft, birdhouses, and roses. We will be doing a double craft project, creating roses and birdhouses, as the title implies, using recycled books, no registration required. Also, on Wednesday, April 20th, from 4 to 5 p.m. at Carrollton County Library, join us for an Earth Day craft. There will be a plant to grow at home, so come out and celebrate Earth Day with us. On a more somber note, I wanted to announce that one of our staff, Cindy Howard, longtime employee, recently passed after a long fight with illness. She joins her beloved husband, Gary Howard, who passed shortly after I came on as director. Both were extremely dedicated staff. It's been, kind of a bad few months. They both were placed in the Book of Honor for outstanding service to the City of Dearborn Heights libraries. Her tenacity and strength through tragic diversity has inspired me and our staff, and she will be greatly missed. We're looking to plant a tree in her honor and honor all the library staff who passed while working for the city through the years. We're going to plan to do that probably in late April or early May. So you're welcome to join us on that. And that's all for now. Thanks for your time, and see you at the library.
Thank you, Director.
Council Chair.
And condolences to the family. Councilman Wenzel, go ahead.
Cindy Howard lived on my street, just across the street from me. Great lady. She had two sons who did fantastic in school. Her husband, Gary, passed away about, like 10 years ago, and he was a city employee. He worked for the DPW. And it's really sad because she had a really hard time after she lost Gary. But I failed to mention one thing when I was talking. I always promote Dearborn Heights as not only the city with a future, but the city of families. And I also, I often say that's a family that prays together, stays together. And I'm asking everyone in Dearborn Heights to pray for all the displaced families in the Ukraine. These children are suffering over the senseless war over there. So everybody just say a prayer for them, please, tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other members from administration? All right, seeing none, unless there's anybody on Zoom?
Not
Madam
from
Clerk?
administration.
Okay. Next up is public comments. Public comments are going to be up to 3 minutes. I did have one resident ask for an extra minute. She will have that. And please come on up to the podium, state your name, street you live on, and the city that you live in. Yeah.
So 4 minutes.
Rose Trepepe, Tulane Street, Dearborn Heights, Wayne County. Those of you that know me know I don't hold any punches back, and if I hurt your feelings, sorry about that. But I'd rather tell you to your face than behind your back. I'm ashamed of all of you up there. You had the bull by the horns. Instead of agreeing to pass those raises for those administration, you should have had the contract. When the contract is signed, then you can have a raise. Until then, nothing. But you didn't do it. Sorry about that. But I would like to thank Tom Wenzel and David for the phone calls about the Eaton Center, Ray Muscat and Nancy and Bill for coming out and talking to some of the residents about the center. The two bathrooms are fixed. They still haven't done anything with the office one, but that's another thing. Some of you have gotten an email from me in the last couple of days. We have a dilemma. I know this is not the right way to do things. I don't want any favors, but I have 13 people that are planning on going on a trip. And now we're told that, I know the little bus can't leave more than an hour away, 50 miles, not out of state. But it was told the big bus could. But we haven't been using, we had the big bus twice this year. We've been using car with a guy named James, and he's the one that's been taking us places. I'd like to know what I can do, how I can solve this problem. I did send an email to Kim this afternoon that it was a misunderstanding. Where it happened, we don't know, because we have May already approved, but April's not. I know on Thursday, the rest of the next 3 months will be sent in. How this happened, nobody seems to know. I talked to Katie and I talked to Terry, the woman that deals with Kim. They thought they were in, they thought they were good. Turned out Tuesday after we got the tickets, we're not approved. So I don't know what to do and how to save this. These seniors have paid $46 apiece to go on this trip. And it's 97 miles away. It's not, I know we're only supposed to go 50, but it's 97. And if we go on a CARS bus that we've usually been going on, it shouldn't be a problem. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for listening to me, and thanks for you, the ones of you that responded. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Rose. Appreciate it. Next up.
Leslie Winless, Annapolis Street, Dearborn Heights, Michigan. So I don't know what the proper protocol is, but when things are added to the agenda after public comment on agenda items, would you all consider suspending the rules and allowing the citizens to participate on the added items? After the discussion on 11B, we went straight to the comments from council members. I was trying to follow the agenda, and I think I missed something, but when did you all vote on 13A for the business license renewals? I'm not saying you didn't, I just wasn't following, and I'm going to make sure you did.
Yes.
After the discussion, the next item was 11B. I agree with Councilman Wenzel. There seems to be a lot of comments about what can't be done, and I'd like to throw out one thing that can be done. It is an extremely old practice to do closed-door negotiations, especially when there's not much progress being made. You can do open negotiations with the approval of both parties. And to comment about pressure, and to the comment about pressure, public strikes are applying pressure. Stick-outs are applying pressure. Reaching out to city council is called going up the chain of command. I don't know how many people up there have actually been a part of a negotiation team, but 5 meetings in 9 months is not negotiating. I just ratified a contract through TPOAM last year, and we met at least once a week. When we weren't making progress, we brought in the third party that was neutral to both sides to get us back on track. If you think this is pressure, let's just thank the lucky stars. I'm not your union president. Last, thank you to the people who supported the CCRC's event this past weekend. A special shout out to all the nominees, all the awardees, and all the elected officials that made time to attend this event. To be clear, the planning committee for this particular event was LaTanya Gator, Rachel LaPointe, Gary Barkoff, and Mary Beth Petoskey. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie.
They did a wonderful job.
Yes, they did.
Yes, they did.
Next
Gary
up
Barkoff.
is our junior mayor. He has some comments in regards to today's meeting. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor. Junior Mayor, you have to state your name, street you live on.
Does he get ultimate?
Yeah.
Unlimited time?
Name, street you live on, and city you live in.
Muhammad Elahi, Cook Avenue, Plymouth. Mayor Bazey, council members, thank you for the opportunity to join you today. A special thanks to Council Chairman Dave Abdullah, for the warm invitation. Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. Mayor, you better watch out.
Ask him if he still wants to run for governor.
Yeah, do you still want to run for mayor?
Probably governor.
He's considering it. Governor?
He's saying
All right.
yes.
Well, come on up here. You're part of our audit. Come on up here. Madam Clerk, make sure he's on the next ballot.
Okay.
All right, next member, come on up.
Hello again, Rachel LaPointe, Merrick Street, Dearborn Heights. As part of that planning committee for Saturday's event, I would just like to thank our big name guests, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib and Attorney General Dana Nessel, along with, of course, all of our city, county, and state officials and employees that were there. It would take far too long to name all of you, but we really appreciate that you all were there because your leadership is going to help build the community up, and we need that. I have just a couple things that I thought of. I feel like it would have been fair to our bidders if they had had a full breakdown of the required repairs that need to be made to Warren Valley before it can open, so that they could properly prepare bids. It sounds as though they were not given full information about the extent of the repairs needed to even open the golf course. I know that for me, if I found out after I bid on this with a multi-million-dollar project that it might be double or triple that, I would pull out. I would not continue the project. Last week was Sunshine Week. It's an annual little advocacy awareness week to encourage transparency in government. It's the anniversary of FOIA and James Madison's birthday. And since you didn't have a meeting last week, I'm taking this week to remind you that transparency is for every day. So I'm encouraging the city to work more towards transparency more and more every day. And specifically, if you'd like an idea to start with, by proactively disclosing public records on our website. That would save time for the FOIA team, and it would be more transparent. Finally, if we have employees that are on welfare or even qualify for things like food stamps, we're doing something wrong. No employee of our city should be required to rely on things like food stamps. That's ridiculous. I've lived that. That is so hard to be in a position where you cannot feed your children with the income that you have. And I'm embarrassed that someone in our city, even just one person, a city employee, needs to do that. It's a shame. So I just hope that the administration works hard to make sure that every employee is able to live a good American life, because that's what we all want.
Great.
Thank you. Have a good
Thank
night.
you. Thank you, Rachel. You're popular.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Abraham Debaja, Kenmore, Dearborn Heights, Michigan. I had like a little bit of a full 3-minute spiel ready for you guys, but I mean, we've been here 4 hours and 10 minutes, so I'll make
It's
it
all
really
right.
quick.
We're okay with you, Doc.
I'm tired, boss. I'm tired, Councilman. So real quick, I know we spoke about this. I reached out to all the council members here. I met with Mayor Bazzi, Corporate Counsel Miyake, addressed the issue real quick. A lot of the residents would be concerned that, the special land use or special land use for most cities we've done some research on is always approved by council. I know we spoke to this with Council Miyake. I guess it was changed back in 2007. And the way the ordinance stands is things like cemeteries, pharmaceutical companies, chemical manufacturing plants could all be approved with a planning commission, which unfortunately, from my understanding, doesn't have to have any kind of prerequisites. You could be a planning commission member with no background in engineering or planning, and obviously the mayor, he's the one that appoints that. And we find that to be a little concerning. Just recently, they approved a car wash. We're not going to get into the whole car wash issue. It's supposed to bring about 1,000 cars a day through Ford Road. between Gully and Beach, and just the day after that, some guy ran into the gas station. I mean, it's a disaster. So we'd like, and we've discussed it and spoke to all the council members here are in favor, if we can get a ordinance written to make special land use further approved by the council body, because at the end of the day, the planning commission does not answer to the citizens, and we want our elected officials to be fully responsible when they decide that we are going to put certain restricted uses in our residential areas, that someone is held accountable. So I want to know if, Mr. Miyake, you've been briefed about this, or if there is a ordinance to at least be put in front of council for them to at least vote. I know some of the council members said that's a lot of work. Respectfully speaking, that's sort of your guys' job, is to vote and make sure that we're also represented and by our elected officials, rather than some planning commission, which unfortunately made a horrible mistake last week approving a car wash, which was denied by a previous commission and went through Wayne County. It's just a huge mess. But I was wondering if corporate council had a ordinance written, or when we can expect that to be brought in front of council. I know Councilman Abdullah said that he'd bring it in front of to vote. He didn't necessarily say how he's going to vote, but we'd like an ordinance written and maybe get an update, because it's been about 3 to 4 months now.
Council Chair, do you want me to?
Go ahead,
address-
Corporation Council.
The council gave me direction to prepare an ordinance. I've discussed it with the council chair, and I believe we're supposed to have a study session in the not-too-distant future.
Right. Don't quote me, I believe April 5th.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Yes.
Beautiful. Just to let, just the final touch by saying, I don't want to take too much time, but we want our elected officials to be a representative. And whatever you guys decide, you guys represent our city, and if you guys vote yes or no on a certain thing, and then everyone has to live with it, it's the bottom line. But that's what we elected you guys for, to hold you guys accountable for what goes and what doesn't happen in our city, and we appreciate you guys' time. And thank you, Corporate Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you guys. All right, good night. I got to go.
Thank you. Next up.
Mike Blackburn, Arnold Street, Dearborn Heights. This is more informational for people. On April 4th, here at Riverside Middle School, there will be a school board meeting, Crestwood School Board meeting, where they're going to discuss selling of the Field of Dreams baseball fields to a developer. I think that's the dumbest idea in the world.
Oh, my gosh.
We don't need development. There will be no place for these kids to play sports. Sports, I believe, are an integral part of growing up. And I'll take Chairman Abdallah here as a realtor. When he can't tell prospective buyers in the city that, we have this sports program and that sports program, all we have are houses. I believe it will bring down property values. I urge all council members, all residents of Dearborn Heights, contact every Crestwood School Board member, tell them this is a dumb idea, come to the meeting. Anybody I coached in that league for about 10 years, anybody that's ever played Crestwood Little League, that was the old name, or North Dearborn Heights Baseball League, come to the meeting, tell the school board members what a dumb idea this is. We need sports, and I believe that the infrastructure would not be able to handle it anyways, but that's for a later debate. But I urge everybody to call and please speak up that this is a very bad idea. Thank you.
David?
Thank you. And for those not familiar, the Field of Dreams is off of Inkster, on the east side of Inkster, north of Warren, between Hines Drive and Warren Avenue.
West side of Inkster.
I'm sorry.
East.
No, east
No,
side of
east side.
Inkster.
East side.
Yeah, that's Gardner.
Yeah.
Oh, did you say west? Did you say?
You said
Okay. Yeah, that's what I said. I know. Okay. Next up, anybody else in the audience? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can we go to, wait, I'm sorry, Mr. Mackey, come on up.
Council Chair, while he's walking, can I make a quick announcement?
Absolutely.
So just want to update the residents, sorry, I know we put on social media, we put it everywhere. Priority waste started Monday. Right now they have a new process, so we posted also on our website. They can actually call priority waste if they didn't pick up, but just give them a chance to pick up. They're starting early, I mean at 7 a.m. and they're going to go through 7 p.m. So if you don't have if your trash wasn't picked up, call priority waste. They have a toll-free number, and they're tracking their customer service as well. So by every call, they know what their rating is. So
I just want to make sure, just for reference, you're basically saying they don't need to contact DPW or the mayor's office, go directly to priority waste, cut out the middleman, and get your answers.
Yeah, because if you call them directly, you get better results, because they do have customer service people online. I don't know, I can't remember the hours, but we can post it on our website. So they can call and report it that they're trash, but give them till 7 p.m. because if they're running like a few minutes late, if you're not picked up by 7, give them a call and they'll make sure they'll pick it up the next day. But make sure next week, I want to also let the residents know we're going to start doing the enforcement, no vehicles on the street during trash days. So we're going to start that next Monday.
So again, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on your trash day, do not park in the street. You will get a ticket when a police officer goes by. And honestly, Mr. Mayor, sometimes, honestly, with all due respect, some of the residents that still park in the streets during garbage days, I've never been able to get that, because I'll drive through a particular street. Do they not notice that the whole street, from whatever street to whatever other major street, is empty except 2 cars? How people don't recognize, like, hey, wait a minute, something's wrong here. Why is everybody not parking in the street? That should be a tell-all for people to not park there, and yet you continuously see them. And then I get the complaints that they got tickets, and they say they didn't know. And I say, I know at the council meeting, we've said it 8 billion times. The mayor has said it 3 zillion times. It's been announced in every single newspaper, and yet they still park. But then I say, even if you didn't know, you didn't go to a council meeting, just the fact that on your street always has 40 cars and suddenly there's only 1, that should be like a light bulb that, something's going on here, I shouldn't park here.
Council Chair, I got a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
This maybe the mayor can help answer this. And this is just a scenario at my home. Okay, my parents' house has 5 bedrooms. My brother Hattie's got a car, my brother Sheet's got a car, I got a car, my sister's got a car, my mom's got a car, my dad's got a car. You can't fit all 6 cars on the driveway. Does that mean somebody from my family is going to get a ticket every single week?
About the garage.
Yep. Based on the ordinance, yes.
So does the ordinance now say we don't favor large families in the city of Dearborn Heights?
I'm not going to personally comment on that, but I do know.
There's ways to do that. I've seen people park their cars in a garage, that's 2 cars.
Okay.
Then 2 more cars in a driveway, and even parking their cars sideways on the approach. I've seen houses that have had 5 cars.
So why don't we come up with, I have a solution for it. I talked to our judge about this. He said, what if we had on garbage days, all garbage is on the odd sides of the road and allowing to park on the even side of the road? That way the garbage
Well,
can
you
go.
tell that to an 80-year-old person trying to get their garbage can across the street
I agree
in the
with you.
wintertime.
I understand that, but Councilman, but I want you to just think about that for a second.
Well,
I'm just giving you an example. That I can't park 2 cars in the driveway, in the garage. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I don't have that luxury, Councilman.
I understand that, but even in Dearborn, it's a misdemeanor.
Yep.
Here you're getting a ticket. In Dearborn, it's a misdemeanor.
I also want you to keep in mind, which I want everybody to park in the driveway, but what does that family do? There's 63,000.
Ask the neighbor to help.
That's cool.
Ask your neighbor if you could park
I
there
get
for a
people
while.
to park in my driveway because they can't do
You're a heck of a neighbor.
Well, but the thing is your neighbor.
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, we got to look at, you got to weigh out priorities. And the biggest priority is to not have cars in the streets so the snow can be shoveled, the streets can be cleaned, the garbage can be picked up.
Guys,
another
I am
garbage will fall in the
100% for you, but
So
I'm also
it's-
for the minority that's saying, Mo, I have too many cars in my driveway. I can't, my cars can't, what do I tell that resident? You can't live in the city of Dearborn Heights or else you're going to be ticketed every week?
Mo, if you do it that way, aren't you going to have the garbage people come twice to do the opposite side of the street?
No, it's actually easier on the garbage company to come all on one side.
Who's gonna put that garbage can
So
there?
let's not go into a study session on garbage, just avoid parking.
Council Chair?
Mr. Mackey, come on up.
Council Chair, quick statement. Also related to the garbage collection, don't put your garbage cans in the street, keep them on the grass.
Right.
Because
On the
it's coming up warmer weather, and we'll be cleaning the streets soon. And I already got 2 texts about missed pickup. What's the number they can call for priority? Do we know a number?
The mayor will put it on the website, he said.
We'll put it on the website. if
It's on the
not already.
website? Okay.
Mr. Mackey, go ahead.
Mike Mackey, Martha Street, Dearborn Heights, Wayne County. Good evening, Mayor, Council Chair, honorable council members. I just want to talk a little bit about the passion that I see from the council members. And you're never going to make everybody happy. All you can do is do the best you can and hope, that you made the right decision. So I just want you to know I respect you and I appreciate that. This is not an easy job and you guys should be applauded. The reason why I'm up here, I just want to talk a little bit about the festival if I can. I think the next meeting, city council meeting will be after the festival started if we get approved for it, which I'm hoping we do. The administration, Parks and Recs, Dearborn Heights Police Department and the council for making this happen, hopefully. Everyone has been accommodating and reaching out to us, so I think this will be a very successful event. I feel this year would be way better than last year with safety, and hopefully I'd love to see everyone from the city come. It doesn't matter who you are, where you are, please join us. I'll buy you something to eat. I just want to see everyone there. I have no problem, all right? So I just wanted to put that out there. Hopefully it starts on April 2nd if we get approved, and it will run for about 30 days. Thank you.
Council Chair, before you leave.
Councilman?
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes, sir.
you know how I feel about you.
I love you, Ray.
You know how I feel about you.
Absolutely.
The whole city should be applauding you
No.
for what you've done for this city and for not just for people like me. I'm talking about for the kids of this city.
I agree.
It's the children of this city what you've done. Okay? No one in their right mind would have done what you did. And I thought you were crazy when you were doing it, but you did it.
You guys are too kind, but I just want to tell you how I feel about that. The kids are our future, and if we ever want to be great, it starts in our houses, in our city, in our community, in our schools, in our recreation centers. So let's all put an effort to that. Anytime I hear someone can't do something because of funds or anything for a kid, please reach out to me. I'd be more than help. All right? Thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike.
Council Chair, they have a word for a guy like Mr. Mackey. It's class.
Class act.
Class act.
Yes, he is. Anybody else from the audience? None? Anybody on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
Yes. And I'm
Go
going
ahead.
to leave this up to Stan now because I'm transitioning back to WDHT, taking over the whole production for us. So we do have 3 people on right now.
10:30.
If you need my help, Stan, you let me know.
Okay, Hussein, you're up.
Yep.
Please state your name, the city you're from, and the street you live on.
Good afternoon, guys. Sam, Dearborn Heights, Michigan, Wayne County.
Street you live on, please?
Garland Drive.
And Dearborn Heights.
He said Dearborn Heights.
Dearborn
You did
Heights.
say, okay, city, I'm sorry, street name, please?
Garland Drive.
Garland.
Thank you.
First, I would like to start with something brief and quick.
Oh, okay.
I'm not appraising Mayor Bazzi or anything. I know he's trying to do the best visibility. Every morning on my way to drop my kids to school, 7:15, 7:20 is at the city hall. I call him, and with all respect, hey, Bill, what the hell are you doing at the city hall? I gotta take care of business, Sam. What do you want me to do, sit at home? That's just a quick response to the gentleman who came up earlier in the meeting claiming he's not able to find the mayor in the city. Moving forward, I would like to thank this body for working as a team. However, I would like to thank our mayor and his administration that are working super hard to clean all the mess that was left by the previous administration. However, I would like to remind this body that you guys are on the registration for the city. You guys are not the negotiator for the city. So I hope that clarifies something to some council members. Moving forward, as far as saving some money for the city, saving money is definitely needed for the city. However, I'm not in favor of abusing some of our department heads and slashing their pay for no reason. I would love if any of you guys, especially if Councilman Winslow, would ever thought about taking the time and thinking about Act 345 and asking those retirees from the police and fire, since they are retired, and as we have noticed, the majority of them don't even live in our city. Okay, you are retired. Take your money. Thank you for your service. Thank you so much. We really don't have to keep paying you for interest on this money for no reason. And last, I would love from this body, especially after tonight's meeting, I hope they have realized the chaos and the misleading information that have caused for those two resolutions that were put on the agenda for tonight's meeting. Before giving any of these resolutions, I would love these council members to give the administration the time and the ability and to reach out for them and give them the ability to explain to them what are the process that they are doing. Thank you so much, and you guys have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Hussein. Next up, Tamara Watt. Tamara, go ahead. Please state your name, city you live in, and the street you live on.
Hi, my name is Tamara Watt. I'm actually an employee with the city. I live in Watland. I wanted to come on to comment on what the Chief of Staff said earlier while making a comment on Agenda 11B, taking back the increases. She stated we can pay our leaders or we can pay employees. I cannot believe someone from administration would make that kind of comment publicly. Most employees have been here 10 plus years, and the history they know, and these leaders don't alone, is huge knowledge that leadership relies on tremendously every day. We have had answers when they don't. The leaders are not the ones getting in a hole, fixing a water main break, risking their life. But hey, they get praises, not increases, right? The city can run for weeks without leadership positions at work. It cannot run without its employees. The last administration and chief of staff made us feel like bottom feeders, and that's exactly how I felt again hearing this administration speak tonight. You guys kept saying over and over again how one thing doesn't have to do with another. It's not just directors that received these large increases. You have 26% increase for the mayor's secretary. What about your council secretary? Because she's union? Same thing for a fire secretary. She's union. Yet you have the police secretary who got a 19% increase. It's not just directors here, okay? You guys missed the whole point of the resolution. You're right. One thing doesn't have to do with another. Our negotiations doesn't have to do with these increases. However, you missed the huge point. And the point is, that administration is telling you they don't have the money for the increase for us, which red flags should go up saying that you don't have the increase, and you guys approved those increases on false narrative that the city had money when it didn't. The police supervisor contract, the DPW supervisor contract, they have in there that their increases are based off of their employees' increases. Maybe that's what council needs to start doing when approving these council budgets. You know, if you got somebody in the comptroller's office, they get 150% salary based off of their employee salary. Maybe that would stop all of this. I bet it would. I bet you wouldn't have to deal with this at a council meeting anymore. Okay, the last administration did it and it got taken back. This administration was smarter. They did it before they delayed contracts. They did it before you were told that there is no money. So of course you're gonna feel bad taking back these increases. However, you approved them on false pretenses. And I think you completely missed that entire thing behind this. It's not just directors. Why is one secretary allowed a
Tamara?
26% raise, but a union employee is not?
Tamara?
Why? Because they're a union and it's discriminating
Okay.
against the unions.
Tamara, your time is
Thank
up.
you.
Your time is up, but I'm gonna give you, go ahead.
I'm done. I'm
Wait.
done speaking.
I'm gonna give you another minute, just because I want to
I'm
hear the
good.
other side, so go ahead.
No, I'm good. I pretty much said everything I had to say, but you guys, when you're looking at these raises, you got to look at it as a whole, and you're not doing that. Why is the mayor's secretary more important than your council secretary? Is she?
No. Nobody's more
Do they
important
have the
than-
same, they have the same title, they have the same job responsibility, yet one got a 26% increase and the other was offered little to none, all because she's part of the union. So I understand that you do not negotiate for the city. 100%, I understand that. However, you get blamed time and time again for these raises that went through. It wasn't administration's doing, it was your doing. So you were doing it off of false pretenses, thinking that the city had money. So you're not taking back something from these individuals. They should have never been given. There's no logic behind them. So set it going forward, just like the DPW, just like the police supervisor, DPW supervisor's contract. It's based off their employees' increases. So stuff like this doesn't happen. Thank you guys for your time tonight.
Thank you, Tamara. And hang in there. Everybody's all over
And
this.
thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Lynn, for the praises. I appreciate that. I don't know if she's gone for the night or
Yes,
not.
she is. She heard you.
Because I'll tell you this right now, because I haven't felt very much support or the leadership. So I do appreciate that from her. I feel like my hard work is actually being shown to somebody. So I do appreciate her.
Thank you, Tamara. Thank you for all you do. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the message was sent. Everybody's on board to get these negotiations moving forward. Thank you, Tamara. Next up is Vladimir Rozovsky. Is that correct?
Yes, good evening, Honorable Council Chair, Honorable Body.
Good evening.
Vladimir Rozovsky, Lafayette Street, Dearborn Heights, Michigan. I just wanted to give a shout out to DPW. There was a water main issue on Lafayette Street on Saturday, 3/19. And they were courteous, and they let the residents know what was going on. They were expedient and took care of the thing in under 1 hour, and they were diligent and cleaned the stuff up. So kudos to the whole crew. Big thanks.
They do a lot for us, so thank you.
Yeah. And of course, because of that, I was able to make it to the event hosted by the Cultural Committee and the Women's Leadership and Community Service Awards. Many thanks to the folks that organized that, and thank you for linking the community together. You can see how everything comes together. Thank you.
Thank you, Vladimir. Appreciate it. Any other members on Zoom?
Nope.
All right. There are none, correct?
Motion adjourned.
Wait. We gotta make sure we get the okay. Everybody's gotta be heard. I just wanna make sure we got everybody. We
No,
good?
there's no one else with their
Okay.
hands raised.
Motion adjourned.
Motion adjourned, made by Councilman Muscat, supported by Councilman Baydoun, and I'd like to take one last time to thank our junior mayor for being here. And if anybody else would like to bring their child to the next council meeting, I mean, I don't know if you want to do that or not, but if you did, let me know, get a hold of me, and I'll make sure I go ahead and schedule them in or get a hold of the clerk's office. That's every Tuesday at 6 p.m. Thank you very much. Have a good night.